Okay, and it's 3 o'clock. If everybody could please stand, and Mr. Logan, if you would, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, this is the Planning and Zoning Board and also the local planning agency. It's an advisory board which makes recommendations to the county commissioners who will make the final decision on all these items. Items G5, G6, G7, G9, G11, and G13 are LPA items. Items on today's agenda will be heard by the County Commission on September 5th at 5 p.m. When a motion ends in any kind of a split vote, a roll call vote may be taken to ensure accuracy. As a reminder, each member who makes a motion or a second needs to turn on their microphone so that your voice is on the record. Speakers for public comment on any agenda items will be given 3 minutes. At this time, if any board member has had any ex parte communication regarding any application, please disclose so now. All right, seeing that, I ask for a motion for the approval of the P&Z minutes from July 22nd, 2024.
Move for approval.
Okay, a motion by Debbie.
Second.
A second by Logan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously.
Mr. Chair, before we get started, I just want to make sure that Mr. Luce understands that he will not be voting today. Since Mark and Debbie are from the same district, he's the alternate, so I guess he's the odd man out today. He can participate in the meeting, but he cannot vote.
All right. Okay, items G5 and G6, I'm going to move to the top. So we'll take item G5 as our first item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. G5 is a request for recommendation regarding a draft ordinance to amend Brevard County Code to remove a definition of major transit stop and insert a definition of transit stop. I had mentioned this at your last meeting. This is related to amendments to the Live Local Act. The legislature made various changes. One of those changes is to remove the word major, and essentially, therefore, requiring us to now have in our land development code a definition of transit stop. So when we looked at that, we looked at, alongside the Brevard County Transit, a definition that FDOT uses and adapted a definition from there. And so staff's proposed definition for inclusion in the ordinance is as follows. Transit stop, a site designated and approved by a public transit agency other than that used for transportation of children to and from school for the purpose of an area where passengers wait for, board, alight, and transfer between transit vehicles. Such sites shall include, but not be limited to, designated Space Coast Area Transit bus stops. So in essence, there's Space Coast Area Transit has many, many bus stops. So this has far more bus stops than was included in the previous definition. With that said, this is only used in the context of the BC Board Policy BCC 100. That is the only relevance to this definition in Brevard County procedures. And that is to where a development is in 1/4 mile of a transit stop, a development will be eligible for the county to consider reduced parking requirements. That's not a shall, that's just a consider. So with that said, we're seeking a recommendation on this ordinance.
Okay, does anyone in the audience want to speak for or against this item? All right, seeing that, I bring it back to the board, and I believe, Mr. Robert, you had some.
Yes, staff, I've given a copy of the actual legislation.
Mr. Sullivan, do you have your mic on?
Is it here now? My light's on.
It's very soft. Can you hear him?
Can you guys hear me?
I can.
Okay, all right. I gave out a copy of the 2024 Florida Statute 125-01055. That is on the current website, so that's currently what the legislature says. If on the second page, item F, 2A, 2B, and 4 is not in, the county ordinance is not in conformance with that Florida statute.
Yes, sir. So those, so there's, the legislature previously had, if you look at F1 on the handout you gave out, that's what this definition deals with. The county must consider reduced parking requirements for proposed development authorized under this subsection if the development is located within 1/4 mile of a transit stop as defined in the county's land development code. So that's what this definition deals with. In addition to that, that's where F2 comes in. That part was included, because it doesn't say required to be in the land development code. That part was included in the board policy that we requested you to review at your previous meeting. And I have it in front of me here. That states, if I can read it back to you, as part of this analysis, staff will ensure concurrency under the county's land development regulations. This shall include but not be limited to parking requirements, except that parking requirements under the land development code shall be reduced by 20% if the following criteria are met. The development is within 1/2 mile of the major transportation hub and has available parking within 600 feet, regardless of whether such parking compensates for the reduction. So that section that you've highlighted is in the policy, it's just not in the ordinance, because we're not required to put that in the ordinance.
Well, I would kind of like to follow state statute. I'm not particularly in favor of this legislation, but, you know, it is a state legislation. So you're saying an ordinance does not have to follow the state ordinance, the state
That's
statute?
correct. So last year, when the first version, the initial version of the Live Local Act was first adopted, staff had significant conversations with the county attorney's office and others to determine the best way forward. And we decided, and this was brought to you for the first version of BCC 100 about a year ago.
October.
Yeah, to put it through policy. And the reason is because we expected, as has become the case, that the legislature is going to continuously amend the Live Local Act, because it's a major act. There's a lot of unique provisions to it, and as expected, they did. So we wanted it to stay as nimble as possible. So where the Live Local Act, and specifically statute 125.01055, where it doesn't require us to have something in ordinance, we are choosing to do it by policy, which we do think is an acceptable implementation. In fact, in the latest version of the Live Local Act, and I don't have the specific citation in front of me, it specifically mentions that the county shall have a policy to implement the Live Local Act.
Yeah, the word shall is in the handout. I'd like to show you that the city of Miami is also adopting their Live Local Act, and they're doing it word for word. There is no ambiguity there. And I think the intention here is the intermodal capabilities. I mean, just because you have a bus stop, many bus stops in Brevard County do not have parking, not even within 600 feet. So wherever there's a bus terminal, we have the Live Local Act to bypass the planning and zoning and other elements.
And that's where, as this definition relates back to BCC 100, we did say staff shall evaluate whether it is appropriate in those in the cases you're talking about, where it's just a transportation or a transit stop, not the transportation hub, just a
Right.
transit stop. All we would be doing is evaluating whether it's an appropriate, and we specifically included in there that we may request the applicant provide data supporting a reduction. So that contemplates what you're talking about. If really the transit stop alone doesn't justify the reduced parking, staff may very well deny the reduced parking if they're using these provisions.
Well, what that does is it brings it to staff and not this board. Is that correct?
The Live Local Act in general does, but
So the people here will not have an opportunity to object.
if, in general, under the Live Local Act, if they meet the requirements of Live Local Act, that is the case under the state statute, yes.
I'm sure the people out there in the audience are very appreciative of the state legislature. This is an evaluation by Holland and Knight. It's one of our nation's leading law firms. They actually go through and they highlight where they say it should be a major transportation hub, not a transit stop. So what we're trying to do is for the live locals to reduce that kind of parking is to make affordable housing where they can use intermodal transportation, not just a single modal transportation, so like a bus stop, which is what I'm seeing this ordinance kind of steer toward. But, you know, the ability, I mean, we have a very nice audience full of people who are either for or against a particular agenda item. And giving them that voice or relieving it or just giving it to staff it takes away from their voice. So I'm not in favor of this. And thank you for clarifying that it would be a staff decision and not ever come to the board. Is that correct?
The decision on whether to reduce parking in the case of a major transit stop within a quarter mile of a development would be a staff decision, correct?
All right.
If we were to deny that reduced parking, then it would no longer be a staff decision should they continue to seek reduced parking.
But only if you deny it.
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Mr.
I
Robb.
I move that we recommend adopting this ordinance.
Okay. I need a second.
Second.
We got a motion by Ron. This is on item G5. We got a second by Debbie. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose.
One opposed. That motion passed. Okay, item G6.
Mr. Chairman, item G6 is the adoption of the water supply facilities work plan related amendment to the comprehensive plan. This is a countywide request. This is to comply with the statutory requirements. The attached ordinance amends the potable water element of the comprehensive plan with the updated 2035 water supply facilities work plan and amends various policies within the conservation, potable water, sanitary sewer, intergovernment coordination, capital improvements element of the comprehensive plan for consistency with the water supply facilities work plan. The updates include a snapshot in time of the water supply for current and future residents, strengthen the position to compete for funding assistance, plan for alternative sources that take time to develop and finance, ensure local needs are considered by St. John's River Water Management District. The applicable regional water supply plan has been updated and meets the statutory requirements in Chapter 163 Florida statutes. So on April 4th, 2024, the board approved transmittal of the water supply plan to the Florida Department of Commerce for the review and comments. On June 18th, 2024, Florida Commerce issued the objections, recommendation, and comments report. This report identified no objections, made no recommendations, and provided no comments that must be addressed before the adoption of the water supply facilities work plan and related comprehensive plan amendment by the board. So I have here Mr. Fontanen, who is the Utilities Director, if you have any questions about this adoption hearing.
All right. Well, with that, staff, is anyone in the audience want to speak for or against this item? Okay, seeing that, I bring it back to the board. We got any questions for the staff? Mr. John,
Okay, I'm looking at Exhibit B.
can you get closer to your microphone?
Sure. How's that?
There you go.
Okay. Exhibit B on the second page, level of service standards. I see that Mims, Titusville, Cocoa, South Brevard are all crossed out. For what reason?
So we're in the, as part of the comp plan, so when you submit a water supply plan, you can only submit what is currently in the comp plan. As we're going through the revisions of the comp plan, we're changing the level of service. The numbers that you see there are literally from the mid to late 90s. So we're looking at that, so it's more of an earmark of a revision to come.
So we're not cutting off their water.
We're not cutting off their water.
Okay. Another one. Policy 4.6 was also crossed out. County shall evaluate the water supply and its projections at least every 5 years. Are we no longer doing that?
I'm sorry, sir, can you repeat that?
Yeah, 4.6 on page 3 of the same document. That's crossed out also. Evaluate every 5 years.
The consumptive use permit dictates the duration of when we do our evaluation. So we allow the consumptive use permit to be the mechanism of when that evaluation should occur.
So how often do you do your evaluation?
I mean, I believe the requirement is every 7 years, but you can do a consumptive use permit for 5, 10, and now they're doing 20-year permits. So when you go through those, you submit a request. They're asking if you're asking for any additional water. When you ask for additional water, they make you go through a complete due diligence. So unless the utility is requesting for additional water demand, there's no need to do it until that threshold is met.
Okay. Unless we have a loss of supply.
Correct.
Okay. On page 4, under policy 1.6, it says you've got crossed out, continue to participate in Taylor Creek. Are we no longer going to participate with that reservoir?
We are not, because what we have done is we have made the decision with our 2 water plants to go to RO, Taylor Creek being a surficial water source. So we are not going to be a part of that.
How big is the RO plant here?
So we've gone through the request for qualifications, and I'm explaining this because we tentatively are anticipating doubling the size of MIMS and most likely of also Barefoot Bay. The reason why I say tentatively is because we've selected engineering firm for both water plants. And we are currently now going through the population projection where we're actually figuring out what that threshold should be.
Okay. So you're increasing capacity of existing RO plants?
We are increasing, no. So both plants are currently lime softening plants, and we are doing the expansion by doing that expansion, not using surficial water, but using RO water, which uses the Florida aquifer.
Which is brackish, I assume?
It's brackish. There's a lot more there's more quantity to us, and it gives us more flexibility. And it's probably the highest means of water treatment that you can find by doing reverse osmosis.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
Just one question. Is there any projection on supplying water to either Space Force or the space community on that island?
So the federal property that you're referring to is under the City of Cocoa utility service boundary for water. So they are those that are responsible for that.
Cocoa always wins.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I move that we recommend adoption of this work plan and related amendments.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Ron for item G1, a second,
G6.
or G6, I'm sorry. A second by Robert. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Okay, before I get going here, I see we've got a pretty good crowd, and I would assume, and we all know the definition of that, you're here in regard to the Sherwood Golf Club. All those that's here, could I see a little raise of hands, please? And I think we have approximately 3 or 4 HOAs that's being represented, is that correct? Okay. Now, we all can speak, or we can pick one person from each HOA because we're volunteers up here, ladies and gentlemen. You know, we just make recommendations for the county commissioners. They're going to make the final decision, but we don't need to hear 5 different times that traffic's going to be bad, or if they do this project, it's going to flood your home. You know, so would y'all entertain having 1 or 2 or 3 speakers?
I would like to speak. I did the same thing with an email, I mailed you hard copies of our presentation.
We have plenty of objections. So, well, I mean, if we have, this could go on forever, and we have some people, and I know some people that's involved in the projects that need to be leaving. So,
Sherwood is not a member of the HOAs that we have represented here.
all right, well, we tried. But now, with all due respect, when we get to this item on this agenda now, I'm going to set a timer. You see it on the thing. In fact, we're going to go right down here. Now, it's going to go to 3 minutes per each person. When that timer goes off, let's all be respectful, you know, so we can get through this. All right. Item G1.
Good afternoon. Item G1, Gerald Patterson requests a change of zoning classification from GU to RRMH1 under application number 24Z00022, tax count number 2000981 in District 1.
Is the applicant here? Sir, if you could please come up to the podium and get as close as you can to that microphone. State your name and address for the record.
Gerald Patterson, 1803 Persimmon Circle, Edgewater, Florida, 32275.
And a little bit about what you're wanting to do here.
Yes, sir. The lots, the property was busted up into small lots, so I pieced together enough that meets or exceeds all properties around there that are RRMH1, and I just need to get that where I can get a building permit.
All right. Does anyone in the audience want to speak for or against this item? That's really good news for you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing that, I bring it back to the board. Do we have any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, I recommend approval.
Okay, I need a second.
Second?
We got a motion by Brian, a second by Ron. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Gerald, it passed, but now the county commissioners are going to make the final decision on this.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Okay, item G2.
Item G2, Home Nation Cocoa, LLC, represented by Roxanne Comino, requests a change of zoning classification from AU to RU-1-11 under application number 24Z00027, tax count number 2419394 in District 2.
Okay, is the applicant here? Ma'am, if you could come up, and it's going to be the same drill. If you could state your name and address for the record, and then a little bit about what you're wanting to do.
My name is Susan Martini, 1545 Island Drive, Merritt Island, Florida, 32952. And I am representing Roxanne Comino, and I have the signed paperwork to represent her on this property. We had purchased this.
Hold on one second, and if you could take that paperwork over that Roxanne has signed for you and hand that to Mr. Jeff there. Are we good to go, sir? Okay, ma'am, and a little bit about what she's wanting to do.
Okay, when we bought this parcel of property, it was owned by the neighbor right next door. He owned the lot with a house on it and this lot, and they had separated the two lots. This was zoned AU, and that is no longer large enough to build on or to keep zoned as AU. So we would like it to move to RU 111, and we're going to be doing a single-family residence, 1,560 square foot, a 3-2.
Okay, hold on one second. Does anyone in the audience want to speak for or against this item? All right, seeing that, I bring it back to the board. Do we have any questions for her? Okay, Mr. John.
I have a question for staff. How does this affect the neighbors? Because they're all under AU also.
There's plenty of RU11 around.
The area, it does, is predominantly, or I should say, is in a pocket of AU. There's quite a few different zoning districts out there. Just to the south is RU 111. It's really a hodgepodge of different zoning districts. What you should recognize is AU is a 2.5 acre lot minimum, 150 feet deep and 150 feet wide. So the rezoning the property would make it a developable lot to meet zoning district standards.
But will the neighbors still maintain AU? I'm talking about the 6 lots that are in that same area.
We would have to look at that individually, but typically know that they would have to rezone the property as well if they were not considered a non-conforming lot of record. And there's certain timeframes that they have to, that lot would have to be created prior to zoning district standards, or if they were changed. So that would have to be looked at from a staff analysis on an individual basis.
So they wouldn't be forced to come in here and ask for a change?
I don't want to make a judgment call. It would have to be, if someone were to want to come into the office and ask us, we'd have to do research to see what would be appropriate. But changing the zoning would be an appropriate measure to make it a buildable lot. Obviously, those lots do not meet the zoning district standards, so that would be the first choice of action. Be it, any analysis, there's variances, or there's a possibility that they may be considered a non-conforming lot of record. But until staff does the research, we can't advise of that at this point.
There are houses on those other lots. So they'd be non-conforming then. They are now non-conforming now.
Again, I don't know when those building permits were issued. They could have been done in the 60s where, it just,
I'm almost gonna tell you before building permits.
could be.
Know the
I
neighborhood
just-
fairly well.
I just didn't want, if we approve this one, that they're going to be forced to come in here and pay a fee and have their lots updated to the same zoning.
I think they're gonna be in good shape.
Do you?
They're going to be fine,
Okay.
unless they decide to make.
They've been there
unless they decide
before
to build
dirt.
something.
It's a long time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
I
sir,
move that
Mr.
we
Rod.
recommend approval of this zoning change.
I'll
I second.
Brian, was that a second from you? Okay, we got a motion by Ron on item G2, a second by Brian. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Item G3.
Paul and Laura Ann Futrell request to change the zoning classification from RU-1-7 to RU-1-11 under application number 24Z00028, tax account number 2802480 in District 5.
Okay, and sir, you must be Mr. Paul.
Futrell, 481 Thomas Drive, Melbourne, 32935.
And a little bit about what you're wanting to do here.
Just got a vacant lot in West Melbourne, and right now it's zoned RU-17, and I just want to change it to RU-111 to be able to get a building permit in the future to build a house.
All right. Is there anyone in the audience want to speak for or against this item? All right, seeing that, I bring it back to the board. We got any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recommend approval of this zoning change.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Ron, a second by Debbie. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just hoping that you Sherwood people are paying attention. See how quick this is going? All right, item G4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item G4 is the Barrows West Hotel Developers LLC requests a CUP for the on-premise consumption of alcohol in a PUD zoning classification. Application number is 24Z00030. Tax account number is 3030319, located in District 4. So, as I read that into the record, this is for a 208-room hotel with a rooftop bar restaurant. The applicant already has an administrative approval in conjunction with the restaurant part of it, but this CUP would be for the entire hotel property with the rooftop bar on top.
All right, does anyone in the audience want to speak for or against this item? Seeing that, I bring it back to the board. We got any questions for?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recommend approval of this conditional use permit.
I'll second.
All right, we got a motion by Ron, and I think Mr. Robert beat you there on the second. And a second by Robert. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item G4 passed unanimously. Item G7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item G7 and G8, I would like to read into the record together,
Okay.
but they need a separate recommendation. Gen Florida 48 LLC requests adoption of the 2023-2 large-scale plan amendment to change the future land use designation from Res 1 to 2.5 acres to Res 4 and CC, Residential 1, 2.5 acres to Res 4, Residential 4, and CC, Community Commercial, under application number 23 LS00001, tax account number 3000277, 3000368, 3000827, 3000829 in District 5. Item G8, Gen Florida LLC, represented by Kim Rezanka, requests to change the zoning classification from GU and AU to PUD under application number 23 PUD 00005 under tax count number 3000277, 3000368, 3000827, and 3000829. Mr. Chair, before we begin, I'd also like to read in the conditions of approval, and also to point out that the applicant's PowerPoint revises requests to revise 3 of those conditions and seeks clarification on 1 of them.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And is the applicant here?
Oh,
Mr. Chair, hold on.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
There are 14 conditions for approval. I'd like to read those into the record.
Okay.
Number 1, the proposed development shall be capped at 3 units per acre. Number 2, the approval of requested waiver from Section 62-1446G, the storage of campers, travel trailers, recreational trailers, and vehicles, boats and boat trailers, and other similar vehicles on single-family lots is allowed by Brevard County Code Section 62-2217, provided each lot will have a 20-foot driveway capable of parking recreational vehicles. Number 3, approval of the requested waiver from Section 62-1446 D1 to permit lots smaller than 5,000 square feet and less than 50 feet in width shall have a substantial relationship to a 15-foot common open space tract directly adjacent to the affected dwelling units. Condition 4, approval of the requested waiver from Section 62-1446 D3B to allow residential structures of 2 stories or less and a minimum building separation of 10 feet rather than 15, provided that the proposed structures do not abut utility easements or otherwise affect the ability to provide and maintain utility service for each lot. Condition 5, an approval of the commercial uses as allowed in BU1 zoning classification per 62-1482. Condition 6, approval of waiver to Section 62-2957C as it relates to the number of project ingress and egress to Babcock Street. The waiver is subject to the spine roadways. A, providing a minimum of 2 approved access points for each cluster of 350 dwelling units, and B, single-family and/or multifamily lots shall not have individual direct access to the spine road, and C, the project's internal roadway network satisfying Florida Fire Prevention Code requirements, including but not limited to 1, 18.2, 1, 18.45, and 1, 18.5. Condition 7, approval of the requested waiver to Section 62-1446 to reduce the rear setback for residential principal structures from 20 feet to 15 feet shall have a substantial relationship to a 15-foot common open tract directly adjacent to the affected dwelling units. Condition 8, closure of the borrow pit permit shall be in accordance with the St. Johns River Water Management District requirements. Condition 9, reclamation of the existing lake shall include literal plantings along the pond slope in accordance with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission comments provided. Condition 10, prior to county approval of a construction plan or preliminary plat or a site plan, the developer shall execute a agreement including but not limited to a proportionate share agreement with the county and appropriate municipal entities addressing and/or mitigating any infrastructure deficiencies relating to the off-site transportation impacts as identified in a traffic study. The agreement shall include provisions requiring the developer to design, permit, and construct the identified improvements. In addition, the agreement will identify timelines for the necessary improvements and monitoring and updating the traffic study as appropriate. 10B, execute an agreement with the county addressing infrastructure deficiencies relating to fire rescue. Said agreement will account for the developer providing the land, site design, and permitting of the construction of a fire station, in addition to the necessary equipment for operation of a fire station. In addition to the necessary equipment for operation. Appropriate impact fee credits may be requested as applicable under Brevard County Code of Ordinance and Florida statute. Condition 11, prior to county approval of construction plan and/or preliminary plat and/or site plan, the developer shall demonstrate the adequate water and sewer services will be available to the development and available prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy. Condition 12, address all staff comments relating to the PDP prior to or concurrent with the site plan and subdivision submittals. Condition 13, in accordance with section 62-1301, if it is the opinion of the zoning official that an amendment to the PDP warrants board evaluation, such modification shall be submitted for board approval. Condition 14, if the developer is to have on-street parking, the developer or owner shall establish a financial mechanism for maintenance of internal roadways prior to county approval of a construction plan and/or preliminary plat and/or site plan. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before I turn it over to, I have some clarifications. So those conditions were for your consideration to be consistent and compatible with the surrounding area. In addition, the applicant will provide a BDP containing the following waivers and conditions. And when we read item or condition number 10, it references proportionate fair share agreement. And then lastly, there are city comments from Palm Bay that were handed out to you before the meeting. And that's just as an FYI. Most of those comments will be addressed during the site plan or subdivision review process. Thank you.
Okay, and is the applicant here? And it looks like you have answered every question from the last time. And then some.
Well, we've gone further.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, one last thing. So with the comprehensive plan amendment, this is a large scale. There are comments received from the state agencies that are included in your packet. It was addendum number 2. There are conditions from East Central Florida, Fish and Wildlife. So I just want you to be aware of those. Those were the comments from the state agencies and has staff analysis to those. Thank you. That's all.
Are we sure? Yes. All right. Miss Kim, you know the drill. Name and address, please, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Kim Rezanka, Lacey Lines Rezanka, 1290 US 1, Rockledge, Florida, here on behalf of Gen Florida 48 LLC, the owner of the property for Sunterra Lakes. The Sunterra Communities partners with Gen Florida 48, and here representing Sunterra is Richard German and Dan Edwards. The engineer of record is Poulos and Bennett, represented by Andrew Ivy to answer specific questions about the PUD and the engineering involved. And planner Jesse Anderson, formerly the Assistant Growth Management Director with Palm Bay, and now planner with Poulos and Bennett, here also to answer any questions you have about compatibility or any of these conditions that we're not clear on when I'm speaking. This is your second go at this. You had the transmittal hearing back, I believe, in April. It went to County Commission in May. It was transmitted up. You all recommended 2 units to the acre. We have asked for 4 units to the acre, limited to 3, which is now limited by the PUD, as you'll see further on in this presentation. The County Commission recommended 4 units to the acre, limited to 3. There was also a condition that if necessary, the owner would agree to donate 2 acres to a fire station. And we're still willing to help with the fire station issue, but we're concerned this condition goes a little too far based upon all the other development that's coming in the area. So again, we are seeking a large-scale future land use amendment on 1,109.57 acres to allow mixed-use development. The PUD is on your agenda this evening. 1,082.57 acres is requested for Res 4, limited to 3 units to the acre by the PUD, and 27.33 acres of community commercial for 398,000 square foot of retail. The PUD zoning at 3 units to the acre would allow 3,241 units and 398,000 square feet of commercial. The location is near Deer Run, south of Willowbrook Street, west of Babcock Street, also known as County Road 507. If you look to where Babcock intersects with the bottom yellow line, and you'll see Deer Run Road, starting at Deer Run Road, going west, all the way around the property is a canal structure, so there's a good extra 100-foot of canal right-of-way there that serves as a buffer between all of the properties. To the north, where it says Willowbrook Street, there's a sliver of land there that is in the county, which prohibits this land from entering into Palm Bay. There's no way to annex into Palm Bay, and we are here staying in the county. As you recall, this is a challenging project. There is a bit of opposition from Deer Run. This is a transitional area. As you'll see, quite a bit of this property in this area is going more high dense than this, 5 units to 20 units to the acre. There is some infrastructure challenges, but Florida statutes and the Brevard County Comp Plan and ordinances address that. So as we go forward, any proportionate fair share that's necessary will have to be granted. Again, the conditions, though, we believe are a bit overreaching. That's why we've asked for some suggestions, changes, as you'll see. There are 7 large developments in this area that are coming on board. This is, you may have remembered seeing this before. This is all of the development that is coming forward. Rolling Meadows and Willowbrook are actually in Brevard County. They went into Palm Bay and then came back out of Palm Bay in 2014, and they are vested here at Brevard County at 2 units to the acre. You have Waterstone and Cypress Bay that are anywhere from 5 to 20 units to the acre. Emerald Lakes East is 3.5 units to the acre. Camelot Farms is 2.5 units to the acre. Pete Holding is 10 units to the acre. And Ashton Park is 5.5 units to the acre. So this is a 2-mile radius. This is showing how the area is transitioning into a more dense, and how this property indeed does serve as a transition between Deer Run to all these other developments in the area. And that is where we believe the compatibility is shown because of the expanding nature of this area. With that, I want to talk about transportation. As we know, that has been a big issue. Babcock Street does not have capacity, and James Taylor with Kimley Horn is going to discuss that.
Thank you. For the record, James Taylor, Kimley Horn and Associates, 200 South Orange Avenue in Orlando, Florida. I am the traffic engineer for the project, and as Ms. Rezanka mentioned, we have done quite a bit of traffic analysis on this. We still have some to go. The first thing that we looked at is the evaluation of what the future land use would have as a maximum impact if that does go through. We did identify both short-term and long-term deficiencies in the area as required by the state to do that visioning exercise. We did conclude that Babcock Street will need to be widened to 4 lanes at some point in the future, in 2035 and in 2045. And the study that we're embarking on now is the traffic impact study, dialing in specific intersections, driveways, and some more detail on the roadway capacity, and specific to the site plan that's being proposed. Before we put pen to paper on that exercise, we get with staff early and we talk about the methodology, the assumptions that are going to go into that study, what sort of background traffic is going to be on the road, and where the trips from the project are going to go. That process has concluded. We got approval today with conditions that if we're accepting of, the TIA will start shortly, traffic impact study. We are going to be identifying in that study intersection driveway operational performances, and we're also going to be looking at future transportation deficiencies which need to be mitigated for the future growth. This is an exhibit from the TIS methodology and what we're going to move forward with when we study these impacts. The percentages that you see on the screen are the percent of trips that are going to impact each roadway segment in this 5-mile plus study area radius. And again, what we're going to conclude in this study is where the deficiencies are and what portion of those deficiencies are attributed to this project. The improvements that we may identify are going to include things for site access, such as turn lanes at driveways or traffic control devices, such as traffic signals. And we're also going to identify where there are needs for off-site capacity for roadways such as Babcock Street. And eventually that's going to lead into what the mitigation agreement looks like. So you heard staff read into the record about 15 conditions in the staff report, and we have some modifications that we would like to put on the record tonight for at least 4 of those. For the traffic one, 10A that was read into record, I'm just going to go over it and then speak through the strikeouts and additions that's being requested by the applicant team. So prior to county approval of a construction plan and or preliminary plat and or site plan, the developer shall, and this is A, there's 2 more conditions to this, but for A, execute an agreement including, we'd like to strike that out and say may include, and you'll see why in a second, but not limited to a proportionate share agreement and the county, with the county and appropriate municipalities addressing and or mitigating any infrastructure deficiencies related to off-site transportation impacts as identified in the traffic study. The agreement not shall but may is what we're requesting, include provisions requiring the developer to design, permit, and construct the identified improvements. And before I go on to the next add-in, I'll talk about why these things are being requested. This is to provide flexibility. The developer may come to an agreement with city and county that widens a portion of the road. In that case, there wouldn't be a proportionate share agreement, or they may only enter into a proportionate share agreement and not necessarily widen the road. So one of the 2 will happen. Right. And then the next addition there is those improvements will happen at a cost to the developer proportionate to the project's impacts. We didn't think that it was clear in this statement. It reads as if anything that is a deficiency will be identified for impact to fund and construct 100%, so we wanted to clarify that. And with that, I will turn it over back to Ms. Rezanka.
All right, thank you, sir.
With that, I'd go into the PUD, and there was a 7-page PUD in your packet. It was hard to read, was small, so I did print out a portion of it and then enlarge the development standards so we could all read them.
Kim, can I ask you a question after Mr. Taylor's statement?
Certainly.
The spite strip, is that what you and I will both call that?
Yes, sir. To the north.
Legally and technically. Have we pursued at all the fact that to try to get access on that? I mean, is that just an exercise in futility?
There's another developer that's looking at that, but I don't know where the county is going with that, and I don't know that this development would have access to that. And it appears that the St. John's Heritage Parkway may prevent Willowbrook from being expanded for use for a large development.
Okay. It just, Mr. Taylor, would you, I mean, here you got a tremendous road right next.
The problem with Willowbrook is the right-of-way are owned by private people, even though they've maintained 22, the county has maintained 22 feet of it. It's not sufficient for a 4-lane road that the county has maintained. I'm sure you're aware of how that all works.
That was just probably a stupid question that I asked you.
That's okay. No, I've been looking at that road for several months.
I knew the technical issues there, and I shouldn't have asked it. Thanks, that's good.
So what you see here is the proposed development program, proposed maximum dwellings, proposed maximum commercial. The open space has actually increased since we've been here last time because due to redesigns. And the open space still might go even further than that. This was just to show you, again, the cross-section showing the buffers from Deer Run and others to the north. Because there is a 100-foot canal, the proposed buffer track is 50 feet, And so that really leaves you a minimum of 150 feet property to property line before you even have setbacks for both. So this was to show that there's going to be a larger buffer than you would normally expect because of that natural buffer of the canal. This is the phasing plan. This is C3 in the 7-page PUD, and this shows how the phasing is going to go. There is a legend that's on the page in the PUD. What is important about this is that red line that surrounds the exterior lots. That is the line outside of which you will only have 60 by 110 lots. So the larger lots have been moved out to the perimeter, and there's a variety of natural buffers. You can see the lakes, the wetlands. The passive recreation is in the lighter green, active recreation is in the middle green, and then the wetland is in the dark green. And the wetlands, to the most extent, are going to be preserved for this property. There are some impacted wetlands, but quite a bit are being saved. These are the waivers that have been requested. I believe Ms. Gillum has read them into the record, and these are the waivers that will allow this project to be developed. There were several conditions added to these waivers that we are asking to be changed, mostly because they're unclear. I don't know what substantial relationship means, and we don't have these lots identified. This was a waiver that we just got last Thursday when we got the staff report. So we would ask that these be stricken on 3 and 7. Number 10A, Mr. Taylor explained, is to allow flexibility to make sure that this development only pays for its fair share and doesn't design a road structure for 22,000 homes. B is similar. We are working with actually Palm Bay Fire Rescue, who has as its #1 priority to put a fire station at Sunrise Elementary, and we're working with them, have a meeting set to contribute to Palm Bay's fire station. They have a higher rate of impact fee of $700 a unit versus our $50 a unit here in Brevard County. And also, too, their station will serve 10,000 homes, where if Brevard County requires us to put in one station, it would only serve 3,000 homes. So we're working with Brevard County. We've met with Brevard County. We're meeting with Palm Bay. There is an interlocal agreement and a joint planning agreement that would allow this to happen. So that's part of what we anticipate with a binding development agreement and a proportionate fair share. We're just not there yet. And the way B is written is that they will provide everything for a fire station when it may not be necessarily when there's a new fire station going in 2 miles up the road. So that's why we've asked for that change. And 14, we just are not understanding what that is, off-street parking. I guess we'll find that out more between now and County Commission if this is approved here. And regarding school impacts, there's been a concurrency review. High schools are fine, middle schools are fine, the elementary school is a problem. I know Mr. Hoppengarten talked about that when we were here last time. We are working with Karen Black. We are working with all of the developers in the area, are meeting to try to find a solution and to do whatever proportionate fair share is required. That is required by Florida statutes, and the developer will commit to that as well. As to the utilities, there's a will serve letter that was in your packet. And with that, we would request approval of the comprehensive plan amendment, request approval of the PUD with the waivers requested as modified on the screen in front of you. And we're here to answer any questions you have.
Hold on 1 second, please, Kim. I'm going to take it out to the audience real quick. Is anyone here to speak for or against this item? So we have one person. You're going to get one shot. Okay, we've got 2 people. Anyone else? Okay, if both of y'all could come, ma'am, you could go ahead and come to the podium. And sir, if you could come up to the front row so we can kind of speed this up. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Joanne Young. My address is 8423 Elk Avenue, Palm Bay, 32909. And I am a bordering resident of Deer Run. And my husband and I own 5 acres that border this property, 2.5 acres and 2.5 acres. So I own 8413 also. I have followed this case all the way from the community meeting to the first planning and zoning meeting, then to the county. I have bugged your staff for many months, asking a lot of questions. I've consulted with environmentalists, and I've talked to other developers as well. My trade is I'm a real estate broker. I welcome development. I sell real estate in Palm Bay and Brevard County. My husband and I moved from the Lake Washington area of Melbourne to southern Brevard 5 years ago for a quieter lifestyle, more room to garden and have our little chickens. Like I said, we own 5 contiguous acres that border this development. That's 400 foot of land that runs along a canal. Some of the canals in Deer Run are not 100 foot. Some of these neighbors will only have a 50-foot border. I have a few comments, probably more questions than comments. One of my questions was the developer already told us that they had not yet done their environmental study. So that was one of my questions, because that is a requirement for anyone who wants to build on vacant land in Deer Run. Will they be held to the same standard for wetlands as Deer Run buyers are? Another concern is the size of the lots on the border. When we went to the community meeting, they said that the border lots would be larger than what they're proposing today. 60 by 120 is not even a quarter acre. In the Deer Run lots are average 2.5 acres, and some neighbors have 8 acres that border this. So we do have concerns about the size of the lots. My husband and I do, and other neighbors that we've talked to as well. The county commissioners overrode your votes a few months ago because you voted for Res 2, and you got outvoted on that by the county. Our other concern is the flooding, because we already have a problem in Deer Run with that. There's already an auxiliary pump in the back that's being reconditioned right now. We need to know if this development is going to be sharing the same canals as Deer Run. And the developer stated that the impact fees from this development would help build the roads and widen Babcock Street. We had a concern about that, a traffic light at Micco Road and Deer Run Road. When does this take place in the plan? We were very grateful for a fire station, and we would be relieved of the burden of high-cost insurance if it could be built in the very early stages of development. And we also wanted to know what was going to happen with the recreational lake. Please
Okay.
define.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could state your name and address for the record and your
Billy Williams, Brevard County. Previously,
your address, please, sir.
5 Buck Court, Palm Bay,
Okay.
32909. You previously recommended 2 residents per acre. Don't know what has changed, or if you're going to keep up with what y'all agreed on before. Fire station, what happens if Palm Bay doesn't build the fire station? I believe during the county commission meeting that the 2 acres was agreed upon by the developer. Now it sounds like they're trying to back out or get something for it. So my thought is, if they're trying to back out of it, the approval should be backed out by the council. Study shouldn't be happening right now because Micco Road is closed. And the Heritage Parkway is all messed up. Nobody's coming that way. So if they did a study now, it wouldn't be correct. That's it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else want to speak for or against this item? Okay, Miss Kim, could you come back up? And I don't know if you want to address those items.
I would like to, sir. Yes.
Could you get a little closer to that mic, please?
Sorry about that. Thought I was loud enough. The environmental studies will be conducted. They're required before any further,
Right.
all the engineering's not done yet, so the environmental studies will have to be done before all that can be completed. We will be required to abide by the wetlands requirements of the county, 1.8%. And it's intended to do that. I believe we're actually impacting less than that as shown currently. The recreation will be private. I know there was some discussion that we might try to open it up to the public, but it is going to be private. There were some concerns about the way the roads were and the size of the roads. So at this point, it is going to be private recreational. Regarding the 2-acre fire station, we're happy to donate that land, but the county has come back and said, okay, you donate the land, you build it, you equip it, and you basically pay for everything. And that exceeds what the agreement was. Also, the agreement was kind of, it wasn't tied to the transmittal of the future land use. It would have to be tied to the PUD. So that's where we're at. We are happy to pay the fair share. We're happy to donate the land if that's all it would take. That's probably close to $1 million, but it's Palm Bay's fire station is going to cost $27 million. So the developer can't agree to pay $27 million in exchange for a $1 million piece of property. So that's why those issues have come about. And with that, we would ask for approval with the modified or removed conditions.
Now, let me get this right. That would be Palm Bay's fire station.
It is, but there is an interlocal agreement and a joint planning agreement with Palm Bay for fire and emergency services.
Well, that's very nice of y'all to donate that land.
Well, we would be donating towards their fire station at Sunrise Elementary, most likely. And
Now, where is the Publix coming in? Is that right there at Heritage
At-
in
at Sar-
Babcock?
yes.
Because that whole area there is,
It may be. It's right there, kind of where the 26.0 is. It's right at St. John's Heritage Parkway on the east side of Babcock.
all right. Kim, very nice presentation. Very nice. All right, hearing that, I bring it back to the board. We got any questions for Miss Kim? Because I know she already answered the school questions for John, so.
Well, I have a question for staff. Has a preliminary concurrency study been performed?
So what we do is we look at the chip generation rate for the amount of residents and the amount of commercial and what the design capacity of South Babcock is. So in essence, yes.
Okay, but that was for roadway, solid waste, potable water, drainage, sanitary, public schools,
Yes.
all of it? So that concurrency study, and with this agreement, you're saying that staff has looked at all of the modifications and you're recommending approval?
I'm sorry, we were tailing off.
I'm sorry. Yeah, apparently the mics are not working. So you've already done your concurrency, your county concurrency preliminary study, and you've reevaluated all of the negotiations that they've put up?
So
Or-
the negotiation is just preliminarily based on what we are reviewing today. Obviously, if this gets approved, there would be more finite discussions as far as the next step. So the next step, if the board approves this plan as is, the next phase would be the subdivision plan review, and that we will get another concurrence review and the amount of homes and commercial that goes with that. And we will do another concurrence review and determine if there is enough capacity to support the uses requested.
Okay, I'm looking at the April 1st letter from Palm Bay, where they're saying the city does not currently have a capacity for commercial fire flow demands in this area, nor any additional sewer capacity. So should we be moving forward with something unless we have, a definite either agreement saying that they are going to bring that fire flow capacity and adequate sewer, or that capacity has to be existing?
What I can tell you is the staff report identifies some infrastructure deficiencies. In order to move forward to get construction plan approval, the applicant will need to provide letters from any of the utility providers that will provide, whether it's water and sewer, or transportation, or solid waste. They will need to provide the certificate of capacity at the next stage.
Okay, so City of Palm Bay has basically said, no, we don't have that capacity. So how are we moving forward with a zoning change if we don't meet the 3 units per acre? Apparently it would work if it was at 2 units per acre. And that's what I think we recommended it the last time.
That is correct.
Okay, so currently at 3 units per acre doesn't meet concurrency.
Again, there are concurrency deficiencies that'll have to be worked out during the next phase. Obviously, as stated in our staff report, there is needs for water and sewer.
All right, thank you.
Miss Kim, would you mind coming back up to the podium? Or who's the engineer? Sir, if you could come back.
Yes, sir.
Just hearing what Robert's saying, is this going to be septic tank and drain field? Is this
No, sir.
Okay, so you're going to need utilities.
Yes, sir. We intend to extend lines down Babcock Road from Palm Bay. And we have a will serve from the city of Palm Bay. And we have been working with Palm Bay for about a year now. We've met with them probably 4 or 5 times. I understand that they have a new head there. We're trying to set up a call with them sometime in the next week or 2. There will be upsizing of lines. We understand that there's some concern about capacity right now and meeting what the project ultimately will be, but this project will be phased. And so it'll be a phase 1 where we'll be using capacity that is available now or will come online soon. I understand that there are plant expansions, and then those expansions will supply the ultimate supply that the project needs.
Are you anticipating that the spine utilities will come down Babcock Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when does the city look at that infrastructure improvement?
So the extension will probably be done by us with a utility upsize agreement in place. And then that would need to happen with phase 1, which would be, we hope, probably next year.
All right, and then also the traffic, you're talking about 4-laning Babcock?
I'm going to defer to James.
Because, you want to put the utilities underground before you widen the road.
I've heard that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It all needs to be coordinated.
Okay, so what we're looking at is a timeline out, correct?
Correct.
How much of a timeline?
You said next year with the city for the utilities?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm hearing next year for the utilities, if all goes well with the city, and then the road improvements will have to accommodate those as well.
Okay, so if we're looking a year out, which I think is aggressive, can we come back when you have all of these negotiations finalized with staff?
Well, at that point, it's going to be in staff's hands to go through the PD review and site plan review and access review and all those things.
Well, I'm looking at it as, particularly the Res 2 to Res 4, or the Res 3, now it's an agreement to Res 3. That there's some time for us to have something other than 20 minutes worth of review.
Yeah, I don't think the request is to get this approved at the board in phases. I think the request is to approve the future land use all at once, the PUD, limit the density to 3 units to the acre.
Correct.
And then move forward with site planning with staff.
Correct. All right. So, like our recommendation that last time was for 2 residents per acre. So that's where we're coming in. All right. Thank you.
Understood.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If I may, just to further clarify Mr. Sullivan's concern, staff's condition number 11 stipulates that they will demonstrate prior to subdivision plan approval that the city will
Right.
provide water and that it has to be available prior to us issuing a CO. The other thing I would say is I believe that you also questioned whether we were in agreement with the condition modifications that the applicant has presented. I would say that we have provided our conditions that we perceive that we'll be taking forward, and the applicant is asking you to consider their changes here today.
So staff, taking it back to you again. Item G7, large-scale plan amendment. G8, the zoning classification. All these other items, as you were just clarifying, are going to be handled prior to, correct?
That's correct. The way our conditions are crafted,
So
they
like
would have to do it.
John was saying, be sure we've got the water, be sure we've got the sewer, be sure we've got the roads, street signs, whatever the case may be. We need to, I guess, zero back end on the zoning part.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anyone, I know I said this, I'm gonna give you a second chance, and I don't typically do it, so you Sherwood people, you're not gonna get a second chance, but these people will. I'm just kidding. Mr. Billy, if you'd like to come back up, because I hope we're gonna get to a vote here pretty quick.
Last time I heard from Palm Bay, 2 years out from now, before that ever
Well,
opens
see,
up.
we're not gonna know any of those answers here. We're just here to vote on zoning.
Right, but
So-
if that comes 2 or 3 years down, why are we gonna rezone it when they can't do it until 3 or 4 years? Why don't they come back when they have it? Have Palm Bay give you a letter saying, we'll be ready to go on this date. But
Well,
nobody
we're-
has that.
We're only here for the large-scale plan amendment,
I understand that.
and so, and then the.
It was brought
the
up, so I
zoning.
wanted to clarify that it,
All right,
2
sir.
years out.
Thank you. All right, I'm closing it to the
Please
audience.
don't
there.
change your mind from what you did last time.
I'm going to bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
it seems to me that this project is coming before us way before it should. You know, the response times for firefighting do not meet our current standards. There's a shortage of capacity for school students, elementary school students. Babcock Road can't support the traffic that's being proposed. Palm Bay doesn't have the capability, won't have for a while. So they could come back to us next year and all of these problems could be solved and we could say, hey, you're in great shape. You know, they're just, but it's also a case of we have to depend, you know, we can prove it now and then hope, really hope that these other entities do what they're going to say, what they say they might do. They have no commitments to do anything yet. And the way government works, sometimes it's a little slower than we kind of expect. I just think this is way too early to do this. And
Well-
I have another little comment. You know, our primary job is to determine consistency and compatibility with the surrounding area. And in consistency, you know, we've got a little chart that shows us what about consistency. Don't really have to worry about that. But compatibility is something else that we need to look at. And they've gone to quite a distance to try find compatibility for their project. I say, take a look at their immediate neighbors. Traffic. The existing neighborhood has about 300 homes, and the new one's going to have 3,000 homes. So we're going to have 10 times the amount of traffic coming from this division than what's already there. Site design. The existing neighborhood developments have lot sizes of over 100,000 square feet. These, they're 7,500 square feet, 14 times smaller. There's no compatibility there. Those are just things that would be considered under normal assessment of compatibility, and yet they're basically being ignored. So those are my concerns. Is that, one, it's way too soon, and the other is this development is not compatible with the existing neighborhood. You know, if you want to go out and find neighborhoods farther away, I mean, I know that can be done, and then you can do that, but you ought to be looking at your next door neighbors.
Any other comments from the board? I'm going to need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if anybody will support it, but I'm going to move we recommend denying this land use change.
I second.
So this is item G7, correct?
G7, right.
Who did the second? I'm sorry. We got a motion by Ron, a second by Robert to deny the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. Can we do a head count? Okay, we had Ron and Robert and John. You opposed? Okay. Or, well, I said that backwards, didn't I? They voted to deny. And so then Brian, Debbie, Logan, nope. I don't vote. You don't vote, sorry. Brian, Debbie, myself, Henry. Can Melissa vote? Melissa, would you like to vote? Next time. All right, so it's 4-3. Okay.
Let me, I'm not going to solve anything, but you know, when you have a project of this magnitude, it's extremely cumbersome from the very beginning. Dealing with government today is probably one of the most difficult things you can do, and I'll assure you, when you start a project like this, it's 3 or 4 years away. And we're really the only thing we're turning on, we're really not turning on anything. We're just putting the key in the dash. These guys got just literally tons and tons and significant expenditures on what's ahead of them. And I'm just not sure that's our decision to make. I mean, should you do this? Should you do that? I mean, I think the compatibility part will come in time, whether they get the proper sewage, whether they get the proper water. They got a monstrous road to go. I mean, and I think as a planning and zoning board, all we're doing is just putting the key in the dash and letting them go from this point on, because there's a tremendous amount of work. And this isn't a $1,000 job. This is millions into doing this project. So it doesn't make me in favor of it. I just don't think we need to get involved in every aspect. Well, if you can't get a fire station, we shouldn't allow you to have it. That's not our decision. I just think they've got to move forward. The county's got to work with it. Kim got some information. The agreement isn't even worked out, so that's why I'm in favor of this just moving forward, to let them move forward.
They still have a lot of hoops to jump through. Now, that was on item G7. Now we're going to need a motion on item G8.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just a point of order. That motion failed, so you
Make a new
still
motion.
have G7 to deal with.
I am sorry, Ron, you're right. I'm so used to going yay or nay, and we went nay first. Okay, that motion failed. So now I guess I need to give a new motion.
I actually have a question for Kim. I can't find it in this thousands of pages we have up here, but you showed a map of multiple communities around this that are similar in density. Was it in your presentation, or do we actually have that?
It's here.
Okay. Are all of those in the city of Palm Bay, or are some of them in Brevard?
Rolling Meadows and Willowbrook are in Brevard County. They're immediately to the north and west. They are in the county, and they're 2 units to the acre. We're asking for 3 units to the acre. They're vested at 2 units to the acre.
So to Ron's point, that you're too far out, that falls on them. As Henry was saying, if they want to burn cash and go down this path over the next 1 or 2 years, and they may never get this project built.
Correct.
I don't think that we're here to deny that if that's what they want to go forward, but the density is an issue. But the commission already approved it. We didn't, they did. So we deny it now, the commission's likely going to approve it again. So I don't know where we're at with, you're at 3 to the acre, correct?
Yes, sir. And again, it may turn out to be 2.5 once engineering is done. That, to get this project off the ground, 1,100 acres, the engineering that has to go into it, the engineering for the water and the sewer, because they're paying for it, not Palm Bay. Palm Bay's just saying, you can have our water. So it's a long process. It's a PUD process. We have to come back with a final development plan within 3 years, or the zoning reverts back. So there is that stopgap. If this doesn't go anywhere, it'll go back to the zoning that we had before. So we would ask that you allow the opportunity to go forward. Proportionate fair share is the law in this state. You can't deny it because we don't have school concurrency now. We have to provide the concurrency. That's the same with traffic. That's how the whole proportionate fair share ordinance is written. That we have to have it before we can build, but you can't deny it because we don't have it now. That's a state statute.
All right, thank you.
My interpretation, Alex may disagree.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
2 questions. Are we still at Res 4? Because the county commission said they agreed with Res 4, but with the condition that you only put 3 units per acre?
Yes, and that's what we're
That's on the
asking.
record. That's what you're asking. The other thing is that you had a long list of conditions. They're objecting to some of those conditions. How will our vote today affect that?
We are presenting the application as we see fit and the conditions written as we see fit. If the board has a difference of opinion and wants to entertain that, I would suggest that you make that part of your motion, and that way we can bring that in front of the board for their decision to make. But to clarify, this item for the land use, this board recommended Res 2. It was transmitted to Res 4 up to the state. Now it's coming back from the state as Res 4. The plan unit development, the zoning, is the mechanism that cap the density at 3 units to the acre. So that's where the cap is. It's part of the zoning, not the land use.
And I would further state that the conditions are on the PUD, not the land use application.
Which is the zoning,
Correct.
which is what we're still talking about.
No, we're talking about G7.
We're
I
on-
believe
we're on-
the
No, we're on
motion was on
G7.
We're on
G7.
7 land use?
That was my fault because,
okay.
see,
You got me confused.
Ron got me on a nay first, and I'm used to yays. That was my fault, John, sorry.
That's okay.
We're on item G7 for the large-scale plan amendment.
So it's, sorry. can I
Yes,
ask a
ma'am.
question? So the conditions, that needs to be discussed in G8. Is that what you're
Correct.
saying? So G7 right now can, okay, thank you.
I need a motion for G7.
I move for approval for G7.
I'll second.
We got a motion for G7 by Debbie, a second by Brian. In favor, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
That would be Robert, Ron, and John.
So it's 4-3 in favor.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair, just for the record, Ms. Jackson, since she's an alternate and we have a quorum, it's not necessary for any vote from her.
And now item G8.
I would request that maybe we have Ms. Rezanka come back up again and go ahead and go back over. I know you already did once, but go back over the changes that you would like to see. And then maybe have staff speak on those.
Because I have it on my screen, but you all don't see it on yours. So number 3 and number 7, these are requesting smaller lot sizes and reduction of rear setbacks. Staff added the condition they shall have a substantial relationship to a 15-foot common open space tract directly adjacent to the affected dwelling units. The concern we had was the substantial relationship. Who defines that is a very ambiguous term. We will work with staff. We've not been able to address that with them. We got these staff comments on Thursday. But we're concerned about that substantial relationship because we do not know what it means. Regarding 10A, that is a proportionate fair share for traffic impacts. And again, we do not believe it's incumbent upon Sunterra to pay for all 20,000 homes that are coming into this area. So we wanted to have flexibility. They're going to pay their fair share, they have to by law. But the way it was written is that they shall do it all. And we did not think that was fair. Same with B and the fire station. Although they did agree to donate 2 acres of land, the county has come back and said, you're going to donate the land, you're going to pay for site design, permitting, construction, and the necessary equipment, which according to Palm Bay was $27 million, where the land to be donated is about $1 million. So that's excessive for what we were requesting. We will certainly pay the fair share. We'll work with the county and with Palm Bay to make sure there's a fire station because the residents of Sunterra need to be safe as well. So we're just looking for flexibility. We thought these two were overreaching. Thank you.
Staff, do you care to comment on those?
So I would say that our conditions are what we felt were appropriate going forward. If the board wants to consider the applicant's suggested changes, then you can do that and we'll include that in your recommendation.
So that being said, the 10B, the $27 million fire station, is it the staff's, the county's position that they're expecting that to be the $27 million, if that's what it comes out to cost for the fire station, to be the responsibility of the developer?
The county does not have the money to put in or to build a fire station in that area. So it's not a CIP project. We don't have a CIP project for the roadways at this time. So we don't have the ability, because of that, to enter into the proportionate share agreement that they're suggesting until that gets on the CIP. So the fire station that we asked for was not $27 million. We just did one with the Vieira company, and it came out to be about $6 million. The problem, I think, for the applicant is they're looking for reimbursement through impact fees, and our impact fee program is not, or our amount of impact fees are not what the city is collecting. We have no objection to the applicant working with the city and the county and coming up with an agreement on how to provide fire services down there, but the county at this point does not have the money to build a fire station down there, so it would have to be a joint effort between the three parties, or it would have to be the applicant's responsibility.
And regardless to whether this was left in there as is or not, that is something that has to be met regardless before this project continues on.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Henry.
I'm not trying to point a finger at anybody, but Kim and her group got this information on Thursday. We probably should have, with something of this magnitude, probably shouldn't be having a discussion on a Monday.
We had,
It's a little disappointing to me. I mean, this ain't like we're giving somebody a residential lot. This is a major magnitude, and here we are debating it on Monday because they got it on a Thursday. I know Kim well enough, I'll assure you, everything you said is not going to happen in that agreement. So it's just, we should have had it together. We should have even tabled this item. It's becoming convoluted, and it's not a good situation.
Mr. Chairman? I have to
Yes.
agree with Henry, and because he's a wise and smart guy. This is very short notice for us to digest on the magnitude of what it is. And so I would like to make a recommendation or put forth that we deny.
Before we do that, I have a question.
Well, he's made a motion. I'll hold for discussion.
Where's the disparity coming between 27 million and 6 million?
the fire station that Ms. Rezanka is referring to is a city fire station. So I don't have any idea what their standards are or what kind of equipment they're looking at for that. The one that we suggested or we were hoping for was similar to the one that we just did with the Vieira company.
Go ahead.
Kim Rezanka on behalf of Sunterra. I do want to agree. Tad and the fire chief in Brevard County did tell us it was a $6 million fire station, but because Palm Bay is building one at Sunrise Elementary, Fire Station 8, it's $27 million based upon their fire estimate. It serves 10,000. So it's probably a larger station, but we shouldn't have a $6 million station and a $27 million station within 2 miles of each other. So that's why I was just trying to show you the discrepancy of the costs and the fact that 3,100 homes probably can be better served by the Palm Bay station. And that's what we want the opportunity to work with Palm Bay. So I have the numbers if you're interested. I can even send you the whole fire report for Palm Bay and all their stations they're building. $173 million, I think, is what they're looking for to upgrade all of their fire stations.
But now, Ms. Kim, I don't know.
We're
How
happy
many-
to work with staff between now and county commission as well.
That's where I'm headed. I don't know how many people a fire station can handle. So if the fire station going there is considered a percentage of your development, I mean, are you willing to modify, Debbie, I'm hearing what you're saying, your statement to pick up your share as far as the
Yes,
subdivision?
exactly. That's what executed agreement addressing infrastructure deficiencies, appropriate impact fee credits may be requested. So yes, we have to pay our fair share for all of those homes.
Whether it be fire station, water, sewer, whatever.
Yes, sir.
State law.
Yes, sir. And county law.
And there are other developments going in that have not even started yet that are going to be in the same phase. So
Right.
therefore, you'll be sharing that 27 million.
That's what makes more sense to us than building a separate fire station for Brevard County when there's not that much in Brevard County that would need that. So that's all. We're just looking for flexibility. That's all we're looking for.
But you are willing to do that?
Yes, and we're willing to talk with staff between now and county commission to work on these items as well if you're not comfortable making the revisions.
And at the end of the day, if the fire station's not there, you can't complete the project, am I correct?
If there's not fire service.
So again, it
correct.
goes back to my earlier statement, they've got a long road ahead of them. If they can't comply with what the county needs for fire service.
Well,
they-
that's with everything, utilities and all.
Right.
So, but we do have a motion from Mr. Robert. Deny. To deny item G8. Do we have a second or no? Okay, so that motion failed. So we need another motion.
I would like to make a motion to keep it as the county has written and allow for discussions to continue between the developer and the county to come to agreements.
We got a motion by Debbie to accept item G8. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
And a second by Brian. All those in favor say aye.
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 Mr. Chair, just for clarification, it included the other 14 conditions and waivers, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
With discussion though, correct?
Yes, with discussion.
So we have an aye, Brian, Debbie? An aye here? Yes. John? Up. We're voting on, yeah, we're not voting on water and sewer.
Nay.
Okay. So we have 3 nays, 4 ayes.
You said 3 approval, I mean, you said 4 approvals and 3 nays.
Denies,
So the
yes.
motion, so the motion carries.
Okay, item G9.
Mr. Chair, items G9 and G10 are companion applications. I'm going to read both of them into the record, but you'll have to have separate motions for each. Item G9 is Aaron Reninger requests a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment 24S.02 to change the future land use designation from agricultural to Res 6. Application number is 23SS00002. Tax account numbers is 2002219, 2002228, 2002229, 2002230, 2002231, and 2002232, located in District 1. This item was continued from the June 10th P&Z LPA meeting. The companion rezoning request is Aaron Redinger requests a change of zoning classification from RRMH-1 to TR-3 with an amended BDP. Application number is 24Z00005, tax account numbers 2002219, 2228, 2229, 2230, 2231, and 2232, also located in District 1.
Okay, is the applicant here? Is this one going to be easier, Kim?
I don't think so.
We got faith in you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman, members of P&Z, LPA. Kim Rezanka on behalf of the applicant Aaron Reninger. I am with Lacey Lyons Rezanka, 1290 Rockledge, Florida. We are here before you for a land use change and a rezoning change. I have a handout for you just to show a conceptual plan of what we're looking at so you can get a better understanding of what we're doing on these 17 acres. I did start with the aerial, which is in your packet of information, just to show you the area of the 17 acres. I've lost my glasses. This is a very rural area. It is mostly manufactured homes. There are a few new homes in the area, and it is west of 95 in Mims. To the right is mostly an FDOT rest station. There is some private property immediately to the north. And to the south is a subdivision of mobile homes, which acreage runs anywhere from 0.6 to 4 acres. What I have shown you is Gandy Road Tiny Home Subdivision. Nova Tiny Home is what Mr. Reninger would call it after his daughter. This is property that he's been acquiring over the years. And the idea is to build a tiny home or mobile home to provide housing opportunities for others in the community. We are actually seeking only 2 units to the acre, but because the zoning isn't allowed in Res 2, 3, or 2 or 4, we had to go to Res 6 to acquire the zoning requested.
But the 2 units per acre is reflected in your BDP, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So we've asked for Res 6 that would be limited by the BDP to 2 units to the acre. And with that, it would have the quarter acre lot minimum because they will have to be on septic and sewer. There's just, not septic and sewer, septic and sewer and wells. And as you'll see, there is a large stormwater pond. There is a wetland that would have to be accounted for. So this is just a conceptual plan done by Trauger Engineering. It's not fully engineered, it's just to give you an idea of what it would look like. And Hidden Lakes is the property to the south, just to show you that there are lots that are about a half acre just adjacent to it. Some are a little larger, some are a little smaller. I think the smallest is 0.5 acres. That was the plat to show you. We'll have a recreation area, and it will improve the property, improve the value. It'll have to meet all current county codes for stormwater. There's been a lot of complaints about flooding in the area. As you all know, when this is developed, it will have to retain its own water. Likely will take the water from the road and would help some of that as well. The traffic for 30 units is relatively insubstantial and will not substantially degrade the roads. If road improvements are needed, that will come up during site plan, and that would be addressed with county staff. There's been concern about the character. As I said, this character is rural. Half-acre lots is still considered relatively rural, although these are quarter-acre lots. They're next to half-acre lots. The character is determined by the use. These will be tiny homes or manufactured homes. There's been concern about the devaluation. These for tiny homes will sell at $150,000 for a tiny home with a lot. So it's actually going to increase the value in the area. When you look at what's out there, and granted some of them have been homesteaded a long time, you have property values from $35,000 to $400,000, but a lot of the manufactured homes are lower. So this will help with the property values in the area, will not degrade it. This will provide additional housing and types of and it is very similar to the Hidden Lakes to the south. Regarding the Res 6, we do have the binding development to limit it to Res 2, and that's because the tiny home for the zoning was required to go to TR2. Or excuse me, TR3. TR3 is what's being requested because TR2 does not allow tiny homes. When they did the tiny home ordinance several years ago, for some reason it was left out of TR2. I do not know why. It's in almost every other zoning category except for TR2. The TR2 does, the TR2 is consistent with this because of the size of the lots. The TR3 zoning allows 15,000 square foot lots, which would be 2.9 units to the acre, and here we're at 2 units to the acre. The opposition, there was quite a few emails that came in. There was lots of pictures of floodings and bears and dogs and waters and things like that. Again, this is a consistent use. The concurrency has to be met. There's been no deficiency notice to date. There's nothing in the staff report that says this is not compatible, and it is compatible and does meet the comprehensive plan policies. They will have wells and septic, which is allowable by law at quarter-acre lots. And again, some of these will be bigger than quarter-acre lots. That's just the minimum. Many of the oppositions do not want any new homes whatsoever, and that is just a violation of the private property rights element of your comprehensive plan. Again, the homes are compatible. It's a single-family use. It's not a multifamily use. And with that, we would request that you approve the request for the comprehensive plan of Res 6, and the rezoning to TR3 with a binding development plan.
All right. Is there anybody in the audience want to speak for or against this item? Okay, if everyone could come into this front row here so we'd get you closer to the podium.
Mr. Chair, as they come up, I just want the board to understand that the concept plan that Mr. Rezanka has provided has not been reviewed for regulations for the county code and regulations.
Mr. Chairman?
The BDP? Or?
No, the plan that she just submitted.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Yeah.
ask staff a question?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Jeff, Ms. Rezanka said that you can do septic on a quarter-acre lot. I thought it was third of an acre was the minimum.
I'm not, that is all handled through the health department. I don't know what the requirements, as my understanding, it was in order to do well and septic, it was a half-acre lot, but I'm not.
Half-acre, okay, because she's saying a quarter now.
That is just my understanding.
Okay, mine was always a third, so, okay, thank you.
Okay, sir, you're going to get your 3 minutes, and please at the tone.
I just want to give these to y'all so you can have a
we'll
look.
have to take that to Mr. Jeff over there first.
Okay, perfect.
Now, these Sherwood people, you sure you don't want to appoint someone to speak? Okay.
Okay.
I'm just talking about the roads and the ditches up there, and that's it. They're going to talk about the rest.
Is that okay to pass out there?
Yeah.
I don't have copies for each of you. I'm sorry, but I have
So
a set.
just so you know, they'll become part of the record. You're not going to get them back.
Yeah, that's fine.
And sir, if you'd state your name and address for the record, and I'm going to start your time.
I'm James Rankin. I live at 4705 Gandy Road, which is on the very east end at the end.
Okay.
And I have a lot of concerns about this, numerous concerns. The road floods, obviously. All the ditches haven't been maintained in probably 20 years by the county. Anytime we get any kind of rain down there, it just comes in and the whole road floods. So, and you can see in some of those pictures, there's a ditch that runs south into the property that is a swamp, by the way. You can see where those ditches haven't been cleaned out or maintained in 20 plus years. So there's a lot of concerns. It floods every time. And then you add another 40 to 60 cars a day, and it's just going to be worse and worse and worse. So that's just what I got to say about it.
All right, sir.
I don't think it should be there. And then as far as the home values, it's going to bring them down. I'm at the end of the road. I just got my place appraised at 615. So they're going to, go down and put a trailer park, 3 acres down from me, 5 acres down or whatever. What's that going to do to my property? So I just hope you don't approve it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, sir. Well, I'll just start here and go that way. We got to take that over
I
to.
already have a copy.
Oh, okay.
Ken Harrison, 4960 Gandy Road. (62-1255) Code of Ordinances of Brevard County. Current zoning is agricultural. Requested zoning is Res 6. The 1988 County Comprehensive Plan establishes specific future land use designations which are depicted on the future land use map within the future land use element. This plan is further reinforced by the April 2007 MIMS Small Area Study.
Both the 1988 Comprehensive Plan and the 2007 MIM Small Area Study determined the future land use to be agricultural and set limits to 1 dwelling per unit per 5 acres west of Meadow Green Road. Properties with approved RRMH1, AU, and AGR zoning classifications prior to the study were retained and adopted. This property is located in the zoning classification area, and an increase in density would be an encroachment into the existing neighborhood. The subject property does not serve as a transition between areas with land use designations of 6 units per acre or existing land use designations equal to no more than 1 unit per acre. Administrative Policy 3, traffic, safety issues due to increased traffic, material reduction of property values due to higher density and tiny homes, real estate comparable sales values for the subject area will decrease. Proposed use is not consistent with the emerging or existing pattern of surrounding development as determined through analysis of historical and use patterns, actual development over the immediately preceding 3 years. 6 new block single-family residences were built in the last 3 years. 2 of them border the subject property. Development approved but not constructed, 1 single-family residence at 4110 Hog Valley Road. Proposed use will result in a material violation of relevant policies. Wetland destructions have occurred. Policy 4, the character of the neighborhood or area will be materially or adversely affected by the proposed rezoning or land use application. The proposed rezoning and land use will cause a 200% increase in traffic on Gandy Road. 30 more single-family residences will cause a burden and significant safety and convenience issues on an already poorly maintained dirt road that is only graded 12 times a year. The road is too narrow for 2 cars to pass each other at certain points, poorly drained and unstable with loose soil. The subject property is part of Indian River Park. Indian River Park is a clearly established residential neighborhood platted in 1914.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And ma'am, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Yep, Stephanie Knight, located at 3995 Golden Shores Boulevard. Platted in 1914, the south border is especially defined as the south line of Bernardo Segway land grant and has been mapped as such since Spanish land grants. The subject property south of the line is also the south border of the Indian River Park. The north and west-east boundaries are designated as agricultural land use with agricultural zoning. To the south is public conservation with general use and agricultural zoning. The requested zoning and FLU could change the subject property to commercial use if rented or charged. There is no commercial use properties in the entire area. The area is not considered transitional. Policy 5, if the residents of the proposed zone change utilizes public transportation, it would have a significant impact. The physical quality of Gandy Road will suffer significant deterioration with 200% increase in the traffic on a poorly maintained dirt road. Width of road. Loose soils of Gandy Road cause the traffic safety concerns for pedestrians. It is likely Gandy Road will suffer adverse changes from the type of traffic that would generate physical deterioration would occur from larger truck deliveries. Policy 6. The proposed rezoning and FLU is not consistent with all written land development policies set forth in the administrative policies, including portable water, sanitary sewer, and surface water. Policy 7, the applicants have filled and cleared subject property without proper permits and are in clear violation of county codes. The subject property contains National Wetlands Inventory, St. Johns River Water Management District, wetlands and hydric soils, Florida Department of Environmental Protection Wetlands, and U.S. Army Corps of Engineer Wetlands. Per Section 623694C1A, residential land use within wetlands shall be limited to not more than 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres unless strict application of this policy renders a legally established parcel as of September 9th, 1988, which is less than 5 acres as unbuildable. This property also contains aquifer recharge soil and may contain protected and specimen trees and protected species. The property is currently under investigation for destruction of wetlands with Brevard County Natural Resources and Florida Department of environmental protection. Per section 623694C3, in no instance shall a proposed land development activity result in increased flooding in adjacent properties. Many truckloads of fill dirt were brought into the property without permit to fill wetlands that has resulted in increase in flooding on properties to the west and northwest. This property also contains aquifer recharge soils that may have been covered with incapable fill dirt.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And if you, whenever y'all are speaking, if you could get as close as you can pull that mic to you if you need to.
Hello.
There you go.
Danielle Bowden, 4160 Hidden Lakes Drive, Mittens, Florida, 32754. I am a realtor, been a realtor for 18 years. When we chose to move to this very remote area, we did so with the understanding that it would have limited growth due to its future land use zoning. For us, this was a calculated risk, knowing there is only one way in and one way out. We live on one of the two adjoining lakes, which is Hidden Lakes, and the lake is in our backyard. His property is located one lot behind the lake. So essentially his community would potentially affect our lakes that I live on. After serving 3.5 years on the Indian River Lagoon Oversight Committee as the real estate seat, I learned more about water quality and septic than I ever imagined. Although the state of Florida recognizes that any lot size under 1 acre should not be developed with a septic system, they only limit it to 1/2 acre. That was one of your questions that you guys were asking each other. According to the Department of Health and Florida Statute 381.0062, the limitation is 1/2 acre, but understanding that they do make exceptions for other pervious surfaces, so they can go to a smaller lot size depending on the surrounding pervious surface. Considering that, I'm not sure how we are considering going from 1 home per 5 acres to 1 home per 4th acre. So my biggest concern is that according to the BMAP with Brevard County, this is not going to require ATU systems. It's going to require only standard septic systems. So we're increasing our septic capacity by almost 24 homes, and the waterways that it is adjacent to would be potentially affected by nitrogen loads of 960 pounds per year and phosphorus at 96 pounds per year. And I did that research through the Indian River Lagoon paperwork. You guys can see the same maps and same data that I can see. So, and I want to mention that as Kim demonstrated so well with Gen 8, that once density increases and starts getting approved, then it sets a future precedence for future approvals. This area is meant to be 1 home per 5 acres per future land use. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? And your name and
Great.
address, please?
Sure. Katie Delaney, and I live in Canaveral Groves. I am.
Your address, please,
Oh,
Katie?
the whole address?
Yes.
Okay. 5105 Cabbage Palm Street, Cocoa, Florida, 32927.
Thank you.
So I drove up into this area just because I had never been up there, and I wanted to see for myself what it looked like and what the surrounding area looked like, what the roads looked like. And this project is completely abnormal for that area. This area is full of homes on huge pieces of land, and it's mostly dirt roads up there that frankly aren't maintained properly. The ditches are not maintained properly, like a previous speaker talked about. I think that the MIM small area study, as well as the comprehensive plan, they don't allow for this type of development for a reason. Our infrastructure just cannot handle it. And so I'm asking you guys to not approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patricia Frank. I live at 3825 Arancha Road. And I've lived there, well, since 96 on the south side of Rancho Road. I started living there in 1961. The old house on the corner, it looks like nothing more than a shack at this point. That was my childhood home. I grew up on a Rancho Road when it was a dirt road. And to put basically a trailer park 5 miles out in Hog Valley is putting, you know, whether it's young people or whoever, desolate in a possible drug breeding ground. We got people walking up and down the sidewalk all hours of the night to get to the, I say, handy way, Circle K. And when they get through with their food or drink, they're throwing their garbage along a Rancho Road, in the yards, in the bushes. I'm worried about the trash. Do we have sheriff's deputies to man this extra population of people, of influx to, you know, stack people on top of people? If I wanted to kiss my neighbor goodnight, open up my window and kiss my neighbor goodnight, I'd live down here in the town. I live up there and I like it up there. I like my elbow room. I don't want people that close. And the damage it's doing, another 30, 50, 60 cars on a Rancho Road, can't handle it. There's already a pothole about 20, 25 feet off of US 1 across from the Circle K, that if you come south on US 1, make a right turn onto a Rancho Road, boom, there it is. I don't see Roads and Ground running out to maintain the road as it is now. We can't handle that many people out there. It just is not a good thing.
Okay.
And yeah, I grew up out there. We like our elbow room.
Okay.
We're rural. We want it to stay that way.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. Ruth Amato, 1950 Tomato Farm Road, Mims, Florida, 32754.
Okay.
I'm obviously opposed to this, just like everything else. If the land is already flooding, I think that would make it considered a seasonal floodplain. And when you continually build up and drain the floodplains, you ruin your aquifer, you ruin your water quality, and you flood your neighbors. Due to all of the massive building in Brevard County, we have started seeing flooding out my way, which is not where they live. I live at Out 46, and about 2,000. And consistently, every time since we get major floods, our pastures are flooding. So if these binding development plans where they contain the water on the land were working, our high water marks wouldn't continue to go higher. They would stay where they were. My family's been on the current property I live at for over 100 years. I can tell you, my great-grandma never lost her grove due to flooding, but she would have lost it in 2022. And you could say that, oh, Ian, he dropped a lot of water because it was 24 inches in 24 hours. Did you know Florida, our area in Titusville averages 50 inches of rain a year. We haven't seen a major rain event since 1953 at 81 inches. People are already losing their houses, flooding, that have never flooded before. If we don't start with responsible building that preserves the resources that we have, we won't have anything left but the people living on the high houses that built last. Somebody has to bring some sense to this. The discussion of reuse water because we're gonna have water issues in 20 years. Well, if you maintained your seasonal floodplains to replenish your aquifers, you would have a better water quality and less of a water shortage. So when you go cramming all these houses on these little bit of property, all you're doing is destroying the future for everyone. Please vote for responsible building instead of cramming everything in there because somebody bought a piece of property and wants to make a buck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine Martin. I live at 43,
4355 Hog Valley Road. I am in the direct impact zone where the water would be pushed, and right now I am high and dry, which I am very grateful for, but I would be in the impact zone for that. I would also be in the impact zone for excessive septic tanks, flooding or the water damage coming over to my area, and of course the aquifer. I also wanted to touch that Kim said 35,000 was the average home. I bought my home in 2020 for 171, and now it's 235. I have 2 acres, also not a quarter of an acre. I can tell you all the acreage of the people right on Hog Valley that butt up to this project, and there may be one that's an acre to a half acre. So that is those 2 pieces that she touched on for 35,000, and the small acreage or the quarter acreage is inaccurate. I am against this for obviously the same reasons that everybody else. I do believe if it wanted to be, as it is currently zoned to build, that would be welcomed. I have 2 acres. I think the minimum for some of the places before was 1 acre. I think if it was something more along those lines, it would be more welcomed to the community because that's the size of home, the style of home. But as it is, it's kind of ridiculous. I am against the rezoning of that area.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Hi.
Yes, sir, your name and address,
My name
please.
is Harold McEwen. I live at 4335 Hog Valley Road.
Okay.
Very against this, having what are you talking about, a quarter acre for a house? It's not gonna work. There's one road in and out of the neighborhood. That's Hog Valley Road. I live there. And they're talking about Gandy Road, which, well, Hog Valley does this and Gandy does this, and it's over here. All right, it's 2-lane road. You got too many people. There's too many people coming in and out of there now, doing 60, 70 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. I just want to voice that I am totally against this.
Okay.
And I'm Katie's neighbor, so she couldn't remember her address. All right, it's funny. All right, I'm totally against it, period. And my reasoning is the same as all of them, people here. You got water, more people. It's a rural neighborhood.
Okay.
I live there because I like peace and quiet, and a lot of people running up. I have horses and dogs and cats, and I'm totally against this.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Deborah Gray, 5440 Dixie Way. I'm against this. I know that we talked about this several years ago when we took down they were going to build down on County Line Ditch. And that was in 2022? Or was it? No, I think it was just before COVID. It was just before COVID hit. They were supposed to do a small town study up there, another one, because I live right next to the National Cemetery. Okay, now it's a little bit different from where they're at, but we're having salt intrusion. They've put so many houses up on Huntington, and they're 2.5 acre lots. They're not small lots, they're 2.5 acre lots over there. And most of them have 5 acres. But the impact that just those houses have made, even on the big side, is really impacting our water. We're talking about having to have water that is put in great big containers so we can have our own drinking water and not worry about the salt intrusion. And also, when you're coming down a rancha, besides all the people that are back there now, every single year there's people, at least twice a year, killed right there on Rancha and US 1 there at the Handyway. There's no lights there. We don't want a light there. But if you keep bringing all these people up in here, and I heard you guys talking about MIMS doubling their size, where'd our hometown study go? They just forgot about it? We are a small community. I've been up there since 2006, and I've seen how the water levels have dropped. My wells have went dry. They've turned to salt. People are having to re-drill wells continually where I'm at. And I'm on the opposite side of Dixie, so that on the other side, don't even try to put a well in. You got to have somebody who knows what they're doing to be able to put a well in to not have salt in it. Now, I'm sure the St. John's is fresh water. It's not brackish. But still, all of that stuff increases, plus all the wells that they put in up in that area to go down to Titusville. That impacts our water. You know, you guys went and all this stuff is going on. Things are going on without a lot of people even knowing. I didn't even know about this. I heard about this on Facebook, that there was even a meeting here today. You know, and that's not really fair, that the community really doesn't know what's going on. And just you keep bringing all these houses in, and they're talking, you know, 15,000 up on 5A. They're talking over across from D&E. They're putting in all these subdivisions up here. We can't sustain that. They couldn't sustain the 20 houses up there on County Line Ditch because of the runoff into the water systems. So we're going to just keep building us up until we have to all move away because we don't have good water, or like at Loftman's Lake, where they have to have Stearns out there and they have their water. They can drink it from there. Remember the little girl died from the amoeba out there? We're looking at the same thing happening up here where we're at. We're not the rest of this community. Everybody moved far away to get away from the city. I lived in Cocoa for 20 years.
All right. Well, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else want to speak for or against this item?
Hello, I'm Jeremy Parr, 4705 Meadow Green Road. I'm a driveway that all these people are going to be driving past. I have small girls there now, and as people have mentioned, there's already enough traffic. People are driving. It's 35 mile an hour in front of my house. I've called Brevard County Sheriff's many times to try and get people to slow down. I've asked for speed bumps. Nothing's happening. I mean, I can sit out of my driveway any day of the week and count cars going 70 plus miles an hour down the road. That's not the big concern, though. My big concern is Mrs. Rezanka has spouted lots, shouldn't say spouted, made many claims. I wonder if anybody's fact checking them, because I heard 3 or 4 things that I didn't agree with. I can't say scientifically whether or not they're true, but I'd like to know that somebody's doing some research on it, rather than just having somebody like her who's paid to come do this, that's her job, and say these things and everybody says, oh, wow, that's nice. I'd like to know that there's some truth to them or not. But the real question is, what if the thing she says is wrong? We all live up there. It's rural. We like it there. I've been there 17 years. Many of these people have been there their whole entire lives. I can't tell you what happened before 2007, but since 2007, I've been very happy there. So if you guys approve this now, and we get a potential rezoning future land use of 6 homes per acre from 1 per 5 acres, what does that do for the rest of our lives there? I mean, you guys are here. You're supposed to protect our rights. Our rights as homeowners and landowners up there is because it's rural. So if you approve this, that ruins everything for us, and the only people holding the bag of poop is us. You guys go home every night, you feel great, we're left dealing with it. So I want to state that I'm very much against this.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anybody else want to speak for or against this item? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Parrish, and my address is 1260 Old Dixie Highway in Titusville. And I am very much against this idea, and here's why. My entire family has been here since about 2003, 2004, and we lived all over the county, as far as Merritt Island, District 1, or District 2, and Cocoa. And we, as a family, made a decision to move up to District 1 for the exact reason of being a rural area. And for the exact reasons of it being overcrowded, I sat in a redevelopment agency meeting where they were talking about our roads, where this person was defending the fact that the roads in District 2 were rated an E, very close to an F, but defended the fact that we could still squeeze more houses in this area. It was kind of the final decision making. Your seat as planning and zoning has a very important role in protecting the residents that are begging you to do what's right. have a conscience knowing that we moved to these areas for the exact reason that we want it to stay a rural area. So please hear your constituents and protect why we moved here in the first place. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? I'm fixing to close it. Okay, it's closed. Ms. Rezanka, do you want some time to address those concerns?
Yes, sir.
You have it.
First, I'd like to start off with the map. The yellow is the project. It's right next to Res 2. That's all we're seeking is Res 2. That Hidden Lakes plat has half-acre lots, 5.7, 5.2, so it's not inconsistent. We wanted Res 2. We were told we had to go Res 6 to limit by a binding development plan. I argued with planning and zoning, say this is what we did in Merritt Island with Dunkin' Donuts. We did the future land use and the binding development plan to modify the the future land use. We just want the ability to do 2 units to the acre next to 2 units to the acre. That is not inconsistent from a transition standpoint. Also, too, to clarify, I do have an email from Steve Swanky, which I will pass out. I don't have enough, but I'll pass out, regarding the quarter-acre lots. Steve Swanky sent me an email. I've just spoken with Environmental Health. They do not have a minimum lot size requirements per se. They do enforce a separation distance. So we will not require a minimum half-acre lot size. And it talks about 621255, which I'd asked. So I will pass out a few of these. I don't have enough for everyone, and I'll give one for the record. So again, the requested is a minimum quarter acre, but it looks like they'll be larger than that. So I want to look at the staff report because I didn't make these things up. I would like to know what Mr. Parr thought I would make up so I could respond, but he did not offer those opportunities. So I'm looking at the staff comments. The developed character of this portion of MIMS is single-family mobile homes and single-family site built. Mobile homes and tiny homes are very consistent. The zoning TR3 allows both. Residential 6 allows a land use designation affords a transition in density between higher urbanized areas and lower intensity land uses. Again, we're really Res 2 to Res 2. If you all wanted to make the Res 2 with the binding development plan to make it consistent under 621255, as we do with Dunkin' Donuts, that would be a potential as well. But the BDP will limit it, as will the land itself, because it's of an odd size and they have to have enough land for the sewer and septic. Staff report. No material violations of relevant policies have been identified, and this is whether the proposed use would result in material violation of relevant policies in any element of the comp plan. Staff says no. 1/4 acre lots in this area would not adversely impact concurrency standards. The subject property is located in a residential area. Proposal is not anticipated to create a deficiency in level of service regarding traffic. That's in the staff report. So again, this is a consistent use. It's next to Res 2. It's 2 units to the acre, and density is spread, as you know. I did not say the average value is $35,000. I said some are as low as $35,000, and some go much higher due to the size and the fact that they're not older homes. Some of these mobile homes go back to the 1970s, some in the 90s, and some are newer. Regardless, any of this has to be engineered. He's going to have to meet concurrency standards. This is a project, again, it's affordable, but only because it's $150,000. is going to be the minimum value, which is higher than many of the values in this area. Regarding the filling and the wetlands, that's not here before you. I haven't seen any evidence of that. I was told that there were some aerial photographs. Ms. McGee told me I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any code complaints. But that's not an appropriate issue for you today. Runoff has to stay on site. Post-development can't be worse than pre-development, as you all know. And with that, I ask you that you approve the change in future land use. Again, we wanted Res 2. They told us we had to go Res 6, limited by the binding development plan through the zoning. And the zoning is requested as TR3 to allow for mobile homes or tiny homes, and with quarter-acre lot minimum for the BDP. If there's something else in the BDP that you think is necessary, that's obviously your purview to do. But that was to limit the size of the lots. And I apologize for not looking at you all so often. It's just easier to look straight ahead. Okay. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions. Mr. Reninger is here if you would like to ask him any questions as well.
Mr. Mims.
Yes, are you planning a traditional mobile home park where the property is rented? No, sir. This is going to be an actual subdivision, and you're going to be selling these lots?
My name is Aaron Reninger, and I'm at 1865 South Banana River Drive, Merritt Island. And so the idea was to take the land and build tiny homes or mobile homes on the properties, depending on what the economic situation is. Creating affordable housing for people I know and friends, family, is something that's not available now, and so that was the main goal behind it. I have no intentions of getting rid of the property, so I would build them and hold them.
Wait a minute. You're not going to get rid of the property?
No, sir.
You're not going to sell it?
I'm not selling.
Okay, if we could just we only got 2 speakers, please, audience. Him and Mr. Ross.
I don't understand. I just asked if you're going to be a traditional mobile home park where you rent the property. Is that what you're going to do?
Yes, sir, I would rent.
Okay, so it's not a subdivision. It's a mobile home park.
I don't know the clarifications between the two, so I can't answer that.
So my next question is, you're talking about tiny homes. Tiny homes are not mobile. They sit flat on the ground or on a slab. Have you looked into financing tiny homes?
Yes, sir.
You have a lender who will lend you money to buy a tiny home when it doesn't sit on property the property owner owns?
Yes, sir.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
That is amazing. I would like to know who that is because I haven't found one.
Mr. Chair, can I just interject for a second? So just so this board understands, Tier 3 does not allow for fee simple lots. It all has to be done in a mobile home park leased area. These tiny homes will have to sit on a pad that's owned by one person. The other thing that I wanted to bring to your attention is, it goes back to Ms. Rezanka's email from my staff. PN and Planning Development is not the regulatory agency as far as septic tanks and the minimum size requirements for that. All Mr. Swanky was saying is that Brevard County does not have a required half-acre lot for well and septic. But again, it's environmental health that is a regulatory agency that permits well and septic. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand the half-acre, quarter-acre lot dispute. It's kind of immaterial because that's a 75-foot distance between your septic tank and your well. And it may be a 75-foot distance from your septic tank to a water supply. I'm not sure. I believe that is true.
That was going to be my question. I don't want to take the thunder, but that was, we've always understood, it's always been that way, 75 feet from any body of water, i.e. being a lake, Indian River, et cetera, et cetera.
That is my understanding. Again, the health department is a regulatory agency. I would defer to them to their requirements.
And they would have to meet those requirements.
That is correct.
Definitely.
Mr. Chairman?
And
I can
Yes,
do
sir.
some clarification. I've done a lot of designs for septic tanks and wells on the same property. Typically, it's a rule of thumb for the half acre. It's not a set rule. FDEP and the health department will actually look at the density of how many septic tanks are going to be in a given acreage. So if we're looking at flood, and I'm a former drainage district engineer, if you're looking at flooding, as what some of the homeowners are saying, flooding and septic tanks don't mix. That's oil and water. So you have to build up so that your anaerobic digestion can actually occur. So if you're doing fill, now you're in a Corps of Engineers dredge and fill permit. So there's a number of permitting requirements to go to this. If we're already at a flood level, the residents are saying, it's a tall order. It's a tall engineering order. I'm looking at the sizes here, engaging the 50-foot right-of-way. It'll be some gymnastics, geometric gymnastics to make 75 feet between each adjacent well plus the water source, which is the retention ponds, the wet retention. So it's very challenging, just given the subdivision that's presented to us 10 minutes ago.
You haven't even added a drain field to the
No,
equation.
exactly. No, the drain fields that's a water source. So again, it's the density of those septic systems, not the lot size. It's the distance, and it's the closest distance of the drain field to the next drain field and well. So like I said, there's a lot of geometric gymnastics that are going to have to occur.
But this is still 2 per acre, correct? 2 units per acre. I have some questions for staff. I've heard it in a conversation today, and I just want to educate the board and myself mostly. Hypothetically, we pass this. They don't get their engineering, the this, that, and the other. It reflects back to the original zoning?
Once the Board of County Commissioners approve the zoning is in place. Whether they approve it contingent upon the BDP will stay in effect until someone or some entity removes it from the property. So the plan that's not tied to a plan, it
Right.
would just be the conditions in the BDP.
But, Ms. Kim, if you could come back to the podium, you're going for the TR3
Yes, sir.
with a, regulated by a BDP, it's 2 units per acre.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And it's the final development plan that if it doesn't get submitted in 3 years, it reverts back.
I just wanted clarification on that.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Question for staff. In the report, it says a tiny house is permitted with conditions. What are the conditions?
I'm sorry, can you say that again, Ron? I was having trouble hearing you.
A tiny house is permitted with conditions in a TR3. What are the conditions?
If you give me a chance, I'll look at that.
It's section 62-1844. Minimum living area of 1,200 square feet up to maximum of 750 square feet. Tiny home shall be the only primary residential structure upon the lot. And accessory structures up to 600 square feet shall be exempt from the size limitation. So it's section 62-1844.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Henry? Now, between you and this fine lady that's been there her whole life, she probably knows you as long as you've been in this county.
She's probably glad she doesn't. I'm gonna leave with Mr. Ron here. I'm gonna let him push, pull, or get out of the way.
Okay. Okay, couple of comments.
Ron, could you get a little bit closer? I'm having a hard time hearing you too, sir.
Okay, a couple of comments. The only access to this property really is via Hog Valley Road. The traffic increase on that road will be about a 50% increase when this is developed. And it may very well be more than 50%, depending on how many of the people there have to work, and a lot of times both parents work, so there's multiple cars traveling. That's one thing. That doesn't address the traffic on Rancher Road or US 1. And it's my understanding when we say that there's, we do a traffic study, and where the traffic study really consists of is what's on US 1. There is no traffic study on Hog Valley Road. Isn't that correct? If we were to do if you ask for a traffic study, it's going to be on a main road, not a little narrow neighborhood road.
When we ask for the traffic impact analysis, they look at the roadways that would be affected in that area. So it could include Hog Valley, but how far down on Hog Valley, I wouldn't say.
Okay. Well, that's my assessment of the traffic study. There's probably 60 to 70 homes that use Hog Valley Road. This is going to add 30, so that's a 50% increase in traffic there. There's a density increase on this property of about 400%. That is just totally goes against the MEMS small area study. The MEMS small area study was designed to preserve the rural way of life in North Brevard. A mobile home park is not a part of a rural way of life. Rural way means you've got lots of space, you've got space for neighboring houses that aren't right next to you. As one person said, she doesn't want to go up and kiss their neighbors. Exactly. We want those neighbors far apart. They're friendly, but we don't want to be able to hug them. We want trees and stuff for wildlife. This is, there's already some clearing been going on apparently on this property, and that shouldn't have happened. So my take on it is this is just not the kind of development we need up in MEMS area. And I move that we recommend denying this land use change.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion by Ron to deny, a second by Henry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, on item G10, I move that we recommend denying the zoning change.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Ron with a motion to deny on item G10. Henry to second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I said that wrong. I said all those in favor. See, I'm starting off with the ayes again. All those to deny item G10.
Well, to deny item G10, in favor.
Yes. Any opposed? Then that was denied unanimously.
Okay. Thank you.
Don't get all happy now.
No.
We're just an advisory board.
You've got to go before the county
You've got
commission.
to go to the county commissioners to get this to happen, and you Sherwood people, y'all are hanging out here. I mean, we'll sit here and discuss it all day, but if y'all could help us when and thank y'all for being polite, and when the buzzer went off, you stopped talking, sir, you especially, you had plenty of notes you was getting to. Thank you. Now, if that could happen too with this next item, it's really appreciated. If someone has said they don't want it because it's flooding, please don't repeat it. If someone says it's a traffic issue, please don't repeat it. If you have something different to say, come say it. Because, I mean, we've got, I don't even know how many people in here. And it's 5:45. All right, thank you. Okay, item
Could I have a 5-minute break to use the restroom? Because I have the next 2 items, next 4 items.
yes.
Thank you.
Sounds like a good idea.
We're missing Brian. Okay. We're not. We're on item G11. Before you read it in, I'm waiting on Brian here to come back.
Pass out papers?
You can pass out papers.
Staff reports of AU.
But she put the GMO.
I know, but what's the zoning? It's AU.
Okay, item G11.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item G11 and G12 are companion applications. I'm going to read them into the record together. However, you'll need to have separate motions for each. Item G11 is Ibrahim and Haroon Realestate, Inc. requests a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment 24S.08 to change the future land use designation from Res 2 to community commercial. Application number is 24SS00008. Tax account number is 2317736, located in District 1. Item G12 is Ibrahim and Haroon Realestate, Inc. requests to change the zoning classification from TR-3 with a binding site plan to BU1 with the removal of the BSP. Application number is 24Z00023. Tax account number is 2317736, located in District 1. Now, just for the board's understanding, is the information that Mr. Rezanka has provided in that document. It states that, or it has a concept plan. Again, staff has not reviewed this concept plan for code compliance or regulations. In addition to that, there's a zoning map reference, a GML, that's written in there. The property is zone AU with a public school on it.
All right, thank you, staff. Is this one going to be easier?
I hope so.
Okay.
Good evening, Chairman Wadsworth, members of the Planning and Zoning Board. Kim Rezanka on behalf of Ibrahim and Haroon Realestate. I'm with Lacey Lyons Rezanka in the Rockledge office. Here with me representing the applicant is Dr. Niazi. Sitting here if you have any questions that I cannot answer. What I provided was just what I thought was research that would be helpful. Obviously, it is not, as stated by Mr. Ball, it's not been reviewed. It's to show why we're looking for the rezoning as to the comp plan and to show what I believe is to be inconsistencies in the zoning and future land use on the map as they sit today. So that's why I have provided that to you. We're seeking future land use from Res 2 to community commercial on property that sits behind community commercial land. The entire corridor here of Cocoa is mostly commercial, as referenced by the staff report. The Fair Glen Elementary School to the north of this property does have a zoning of agricultural and a future land use of Res 1, but it should have a future land use of government-managed lands institutional by the county code. And I don't know why it's been that way. I think it's just been that way for a long time. The land to the west of that is owned by Brevard County, and it looks like it's mostly just for stormwater, the best I could tell. I did not realize Fairglawn did not go all the way to US 1. The property to the south of this property is a mobile home park. It's a rental property. It is Res 2. It has a TR3 zone. It's not big enough. It should have 10 acres to have a TR3 zone. So that was another, it's just land that's developed piecemeal throughout time here, I suspect. So the Tradewinds Mobile Home Park is to the south. That is a rental community. It's as TR3, as we just discussed, it can't be subdivided. So it's a rental community. It has commercial to the west of that. This is a commercial quarter. You have Haverty's to the west. You have Bishop's Transport to the west. And you do have 3 homes to the east of this proposed development. Really, one is it has all of its land adjacent to this property, and then there's 2 that have small pieces next to it. There is one person that wrote in an email that I could find that they objected to it. They are further to the south, immediately adjacent to all of the stacked mobile homes, manufactured homes there. So we have the aerial, we have the future land use map, which shows Res 1, really government managed lands, Res 2, and then you have rental property, which could be considered commercial, actually. So the commercial does extend further, in my opinion, than what the staff report says. That's a huge expansion because you've already got a rental community there, which can be and is taxed as commercial. Looking at the comp plan analysis to go from Res 2 to community commercial, this property is accessible from US 1. US 1 is generally commercially developed. It's an infill commercial development. It's not located in an established residential neighborhood. These are all taken directly from the staff report. Again, along a commercial corridor, we'll need to comply with the performance standards at the site plan review stage. That deals with noise and lighting and setbacks and all of those things. It also states that there are no material violations of any comprehensive plan policies. For the rezoning, we're seeking the BU1 from TR3. Again, this TR3 land at 2+ acres isn't big enough to be developed. It can't be used right now in its current TR3 zoning. So we're asking for it to be changed from TR3 to the BU1 with the removal of the binding site plan. It was changed to TR3 in April of 1987, and it already had BU1 to 250 foot deep in that same zoning change. But nothing's been built on this property since 1987, even though in theory it could have been built as a mobile home park next to a mobile home park. There is the 62-1255 portion that shows the matrix. TR3 cannot be in Res 2, as it shows here. TR3 can be in NC and CC, so Tradewinds could be a neighborhood commercial or community commercial. In fact, would be more appropriate to be there. And BU1 must be in community commercial. So that was the purpose of showing you that. And then to explain what the applicant wishes to do was the concept site plan drafted by Aaron McDonald, the engineer of record. And it does show the buffering. It shows just a concept plan of what they're looking to do. Perhaps 27 units. They would have office hour times, so they would end by 6 o'clock at night. And they would have to meet performance standards to make sure they did not impact the residential homes to the east. With that, I can answer any questions, but we'd ask for the change of the future land use to community commercial on 2.86 acres. And then we'd ask for the change of the zoning from TR3 with the binding site plan removal to the BU1 with no binding site plan.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Kim, on the illustration with the aerial map, the piece that abuts US 1, is that separate ownership from
Same
that?
ownership.
Same ownership?
That's reflected in the concept plan with the line that goes through it. Yeah, so that 250 feet is owned by the same entity, and it would be used for the entirety of the property.
But to the extreme east, that is exactly where his east extremity is?
Yes, sir. Which you can see, there's quite a bit of buffering there with trees.
And you have sewer and water up there?
Yes, sir.
Kim, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. John, yes, sir.
Yeah, how big is that lot to the left, to the west of that one? Do you know?
The lot to the left, it's a little under 2 acres, I believe. The entire property is 4.86 acres, something.
So the two of them together is 2.86? Is that what you're saying?
The two of them together is almost 5 acres.
Okay. So, so under Live Local, you could do 150 dwelling units there. 30 per acre on commercial land.
It's not even in the wheelhouse. Hasn't even been a thought. So if you wanted to limit it to commercial uses by a BDP, we could do that if that's your concern.
Okay. Thank you.
But that's not Dr. Niazi's plan.
Yeah, so if he decides to sell the land, the next guy can do that.
Mr. Ron?
Yes, question about the buffering. Can you describe the buffering? It's hard for me to read on this.
Currently, the required buffer that would be the east buffer. I know it's on here, and I apologize.
I couldn't find a
It's a
buffer for the
20-foot
east.
type A buffer with a 6-foot high, completely opaque visual buffer. But I actually believe it's going to be larger than that based upon the placement of the driveway. And what I meant from the property to the east, there's a substantial natural buffer on the owner's property.
That's going to be preserved?
Well, I mean, we can make that a condition. I
I
mean,
would like to do that, please.
Okay.
And would your client be willing to entertain a BDP that restricts him to the BU1 uses that he has mentioned in his plan? Retail, office, and personal service?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to take it out to the audience real quick. Is there anyone want to speak for or against this item? Kim, don't get too far away.
Mr. Chair, can I just, Ron, what was the condition for the buffering?
I had asked her to describe the buffering because I would like to see some buffering both on the south and the east.
Okay, good, because the current BSP it's limited to 7 lots of at least 15,000 square feet, provides a 50-foot buffer to the east and a 75-foot buffer to the north. That's what the current BSP states.
Right, yeah. Because that school is to the north and they've got their own fence around there, I'm less concerned about the buffering on there. What I was more concerned about was buffering to the east, where it's residential, and then the trailers to the south. I'd like to see as much buffering as possible there. There probably isn't enough room for a 50-foot buffer there, but if you can make it 20, 25 feet. And then for staff, is there also, as well as that vegetative buffer, is there also a requirement for a wall? Is that correct?
6-foot completely visual buffer barrier. It could be, I read it to be a fence or a wall, but.
It's a 6-foot wall. It's a 6-foot wall because it's commercial to residential.
It's a type A
Okay.
buffer.
That would be on both the south and the east?
The south,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
know, Jeff, it looks like it's naturally buffered down there. Is that?
From the aerial, it does look like there's quite a bit of vegetation.
Yeah.
However, unless you stipulate what the buffers or existing vegetation, they can go down to what the code requires.
Okay. Because if it's natural,
Well, if it's natural, it could also be, what are those invasive plants we're trying to get rid of?
Pepper trees.
Pepper trees.
well,
No, I'd hate to have it say, use that, and then it'd be all pepper trees, and those have to be
I
cut
thought you
down.
were
You
going
have
to use
nothing
the
left.
term Australian pines and next or something.
So you'd be willing to have a BDP that says you restrict the BU1 uses to retail, office, and personal service, and buffers to the south and to the east, vegetative buffers to the south and east, and on the east side 50 feet, and on the south 20 at least.
We had not agreed to the 50-foot to the east. We had agreed to keep the natural buffer there.
Well, the natural buffer may end up being something that has to be removed.
Okay.
And that, I would like to see it agree to, if you have to remove it, I'd like to see you replace it with something.
We haven't done the engineering yet, and it's an awkward size shape. I think it's going to be more than 20 feet, but I don't have any dimensions.
No, 20 feet is fine with me. I
Okay.
mean, more is better, but
Yes.
20 is fine.
Right.
If you can agree to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In that case, I move that we recommend approval of this with
I gotta,
this.
hold on, what,
Oh,
Ron, I
sorry.
still need to take it out to the
I'm sorry.
audience.
I
I think you did.
I
You
know,
did.
but the lady back there in the back, she had raised her hand. Ma'am, do you want to speak for or against this item? As Mr. Robert would say, I got to give him a voice. Your name and address again, please.
Jennifer Parrish, 1260 Old Dixie Highway, Titusville, Florida. I just had a question just because I'm learning as quickly as I can. That lot, it is just south of an elementary school. Is it my understanding if it's commercial, are there any restrictions as far as what, because I have little kids, what commercial stores or anything there go there right next to a school?
That would be a question for staff, I guess.
So BU1 is kind of our mid-level commercial zoning district. It allows for retail, office, and personal services. There's some light manufacturing that could go in there. There's also some minor automotive repair. But based on what I'm hearing from you all is that you want to restrict the uses to retail, office, and personal services.
Correct.
But would there be any restrictions if he sells it or they sell it, that something else could go in there just to keep it safe for kids as far as chemicals manufacturing that would potentially expose kids to something harmful?
So the BDP runs with the land. So even if the property is sold, those restrictions would still apply unless there's a request and approved by the board to remove those restrictions.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else want to speak for or against this item? Ms. Kim, come on.
I just wanted to add that there couldn't be any alcohol sales or adult entertainment there either because it's so close to a school. So those would be restrictions, just to answer Ms. Parrish's question. We don't need that in a BDP. That's just the way the law is.
You don't need a CUP for alcohol?
You can't that close to a school.
All right. Well, with that BDP, I move we recommend approval of its zoning change and removal of the binding site plan.
Can I have those conditions just so I? Yes, I'm sorry. You need to vote on the small scale first.
Restrict the BU1 uses to retail, office, and personal service.
Got that.
And vegetative buffers 50 feet to the east and at least 20 feet to the south.
Got it.
Hold on. Ms. Kim was shaking her head because she had went over that with you, Ron.
We don't know what we can do to the east. That's the problem. That's what I was saying. We haven't done engineering, and it's a long strip of land. I don't know how close we are to that property. That's why I was talking the 50 versus the 20. So we can't commit to the 50 at this point.
Can you commit to 20?
Yes, sir, of course.
Okay, 20 feet all around.
All right.
I mean, 20 feet on the south and the east.
Now, we need a motion on 13, or I'm sorry, 11.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself.
I'm with you, Ron, let's go.
All right, I move that we recommend approval of the land use change,
I'll second it.
G11.
Miss Debbie beat you, Mr. Henry.
Oh, good.
We got a motion on item G13 by Ron, a second by Debbie in favor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item G11 passed unanimously. Okay, Ron, item G12 motion.
Okay, well, okay, never mind. With the BDP, I move that we recommend approval of the zoning change and removal of the binding site plan.
Mr. Robert, I didn't hear, did you second?
Yes, I'll second.
Okay, item G12.
G12.
Ron with a motion to approve and Robert with a second with the BDP, correct?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously.
Mr. Chair, just, so in that motion, it's the removal of the existing BSP?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, item G13.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item G13 and G14, I request that we read that in together. However, we're going to need separate recommendations.
Okay.
With G14, I'm also going to be reading in the conditions of approval as well, consideration for approval.
All right.
Villas of Sherwood Incorporated and Sherwood Golf Club Incorporated, Jorge Ballarena, request a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment 23S.05 to change the future land use designation from Res 4 to Res 15 under application number 23SS00005, tax account number 2100937, 2100938, 2113021, 2111319 in District 1. G14, Villas of Sherwood Titusville Incorporated, Algarrobo Development, LLC, Sherwood Golf Club Incorporated, and TRSTE, LLC, Jorge Ballarena, request a change of zoning classification from GU, AU, EU, SR, RU-1-11, RU-1-13, RU-2-10, RU-2-15, and PUD with 2 existing BDPs to all PUD and removal of 2 existing BDPs. Under application number 23Z00035, tax account numbers 2100937, 2113020, 2112021, 2113023, 2113024, 2100938, 2100939, 2100940, 2100942, 2100943, 2100952, 2100953, 211319, it's missing a number, excuse me, and 210116 in District 1. The board may wish to consider if the request is consistent and compatible with the surrounding area. In addition, the board may consider if the conditions and waivers mitigate potential impacts to the surrounding properties. Without board approval of waivers, all design elements shown on the PDP will require conformance with the Brevard County Code. The applicant will provide a BDP containing the following waivers and conditions. The proposed development shall be based on 187 single-family units, 408 multifamily units. Due to historical drainage patterns and flooding issues, and drainage study with an associated master drainage plan is needed prior to construction of the first phase of development. Approval of requested waiver from Section 62-1446 PUD Land Development Regulations, subsection D, minimum lot area, frontage, and setbacks, accessory uses, paragraph 1, to reduce the required 5,000 square foot minimum lot area to 4,000 square feet in Pod 3 only. All affected lots shall have substantial relationship to a 15-foot common open space tract directly adjacent to the affected dwelling units. Number 4, approval of the requested waiver from Section 62-1446 PUD Land Development Regulations, subsection D, minimum lot area, frontage and setbacks, accessory uses, paragraph 3, to reduce the required minimum 20 feet rear setback to 10 feet in Pod 3. All affected lots shall have substantial relationship to a 15-foot common open space tract directly adjacent to the affected dwelling lots with adequate separation of units, and the living area will be properly related to the configuration of the proposed lots. Number 5, approval of the requested waiver from Section 622956, Transportation Technical Guidelines and Performance Standards, subsection A, roadway, paragraph 1, to reduce the required minimum 50-foot wide right-of-way to a minimum 30 feet with 10 feet easements on each side of Pod 3. The affected right-of-ways shall be private and maintained by homeowners association. Number 6, approval of requested waiver from Section 62-2956, Transportation Technical Guidelines and Performance Standards, subsection A, roadway, paragraph 1, to reduce the required minimum 50-foot wide right-of-way to a minimum 30 feet with a 5-foot easement on each side of Pods 1 and 4. The affected right-of-ways shall be private and maintained by the homeowners association. Approval of the request, number 7, approval of the requested waiver from Section 62-2956, Transportation Technical Guidelines and Performance Standards, subsection A, roadway, paragraph 3, to reduce the minimum 100-foot setback of a cul-de-sac right-of-way to the plat boundary to 15 feet with the inclusion of a 6-foot wall and landscaping in one location in Pod 3. Landscaping shall consist of a minimum of 2 shade trees per 100 linear feet and 4 understory trees per 100 linear feet. Number 8, approval of the requested waiver from Section 62-2883, General Design Requirements and Standards, subsection D, to replace the required 15-foot perimeter buffer tract with a 15-foot buffer easement or a 10-foot perimeter easement where adjacent to any existing drainage easement, and allow it to be disturbed for grading, landscape, and buffer improvements, including but not limited to walls, fences, retention slopes, walking paths, and utilities in Pod 3. Number 9, prior to county approval of a construction plan and/or preliminary plat, the developer shall execute an agreement including but not limited to a proportionate share agreement with the county addressing and/or mitigating any infrastructure deficiencies relating to the off-site transportation impacts as identified in a traffic study. The agreement shall include provisions requiring the developer to design, permit, and construct the identified improvements. In addition, the agreement will identify timeframes for the necessary improvements and monitoring and updating traffic study as appropriate. Number 10, prior to the county approval of a construction plan and/or preliminary plat and/or site plan, the developer shall demonstrate the adequate water and sewer services will be available to the development and are available prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy. Number 11, address all staff comments regarding the PDP prior to or concurrent with site plan and subdivision submittals. Number 12, in accordance with 62-1301, if it is the opinion of the zoning official that the amendment to the PDP warrants board evaluation, such modification shall be submitted for board approval. Number 13, if the development is to have on-street parking, the developer/owner shall establish a financial mechanism for maintenance of internal roadways prior to county approval of a construction plan and/or preliminary plat and/or site plan. Number 14, prior to county approval of a construction plan or preliminary plat and/or site plan, the developer shall submit a road system condition assessment to include an evaluation of potential impacts on public safety. And number 15, prior to county approval of a construction plan and/or preliminary plat or site plan, the developer shall submit a traffic calming study for the affected roadways and will identify necessary improvements to mitigate speeding and encourage preferred routing of traffic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. That was a long-winded one. Okay. Mr. McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Let me get that closer. I will do one presentation to cover both.
If you could state your name and address for the
good idea.
record.
I'm Jim McKnight. I am the planning consultant for Ballarena. My address is 1168 Shallows Court in Port Orange. With your permission, I'll do one presentation for time's sake.
You can do two if you'd like, three, whatever.
Yeah, I think y'all would like to get out of here before then. The actual comp plan amendment is less than 10 acres, so it is a small scale. That is the change from the Res 4 to the Res 15. The Sherwood PUD provides redevelopment of a golf course that failed to continue to operate. This is a trend that has been apparent in the country since 2006 and the beginning of the Great Recession. Since that time, over 100 golf courses annually have closed operations in our nation, and Brevard County has experienced some of the same fate, with 6 locations now closed or in the process of redevelopment. Failing golf courses impact property values when they are left unattended, according to the National Golf Foundation. The project has been through a process of 3 community meetings held in September and November of 2023 and May of 2024. At each meeting, we listened to concerns regarding traffic, stormwater safety, property values, and other issues. As you will see in our presentation, we listened and have significantly reduced the density, as well as addressing major issues such as drainage. Original plans called for 908 units, and we are now at 595 total units, or a density of 4.4 dwelling units per acre. There are now 4 pods of residential and 1 pod devoted to stormwater and open space. Previously, there were 6 pods with stormwater integrated throughout. It also provides a new clubhouse with amenities to go with it. The approach for the PUD is traditional step-down zoning within the PUD, with the highest density along Carpenter Road to the east with its own access and reducing the density east to west as you move from east to west within the existing neighborhood. When you get to the first single-family lot on London Town, you only have 37 single-family units that are accessed beyond that point. Those would be as you move to the north, to the west and the north on the plan. So we heard safety concerns about additional traffic back in that area. That will be minimized by limiting the number of single-family lots in that area. Okay, moving on. Okay, where's our... Oh, there you go. Okay. Okay. The proposed project is for residential 4 and residential 15. Currently, we have almost 39 acres of residential 4. That will be reduced down to, that will be actually reduced down from the 39 that currently exists, 38 plus change. The total land area is 136.46 acres. Again, the total number of units is 595, 187 single family and 408 multifamily, with a gross density of 4.36, which we've rounded up to 4.4. Moving on. These are just some of the pictures of some of the things that will be done with regard to the amenities. I did want to add one thing. In your notes under the proposed project, it had shown the stormwater area at 62.88. That is incorrect. It should be actually 25.51 total acres of stormwater area. However, the buffer open space and conservation area totals 88.47 of the total. Open space amenities will include things such as the clubhouse, obviously, exercise stations, park benches, walking trails, an observation pier, a tot lot, pickleball, educational trail, etc. These are just some renderings that we have put together for the project. The project, as I said, went through multiple iterations. Originally, when we submitted the plan, it was 136 acres, as we said, at a density of 6.65 units per acre. That's 908 units. That was in April of 23. Okay, and that was the plan right there, 6 pods. After our first and second neighborhood meetings, which were held in September and November of 2023, further revisions were made and we came down to 796 units. We still had 6 pods, okay, but we had reduced the number of total units by about 110 or so. And there's your changes there. After the May meeting with the neighborhood and the community, a further change was made and we decided to limit it to 4 pods of development. 2 single family, 1 being townhome, 1 being single family traditional, and then we'll also have villas and the multifamily along Carpenter Road with its own access. So we ended up with 597 after that meeting, 4 pods, 1 pod dedicated to stormwater, which will be addressed a little more later. And that's, Our final submittal after staff comments was done in July. And we reduced it slightly less down to 595, and that's where we stand today, is a total of 595 units. That's where the 4.4 overall density comes from. And that is the plan. The blue area is your 37 single-family lots. The green area is all stormwater. The area in pink is your villas. The yellows, the multifamily, and the blue are your townhomes. These are some of the surrounding area developments and their current densities, which vary from, as low as, 2 units per acre, 1 unit per acre, things like that, all the way up to 7.8. This slide shows the layout of the golf course, just so you'll have a point of reference from what exists today. Let's talk about the individual pods. This will be the townhomes. If you can look at track C, I believe it's C or G within there, that is an active open space area. That's currently where the clubhouse is at, or the lounge that exists there today. The road that is to the immediate west of that will go into the townhomes, and there would be a connection to the south as well. So there would be multiple areas for emergency ingress and egress. Catch up on my total numbers here. The 230 townhomes is at 8.1 units per acre on 29 acres. Okay, that is all townhome. There are some additional buffers placed in this project as well between existing residential and the townhomes. And that's just a typical townhome layout. This is stormwater, and I'll not go deeply into that. I'll let Bruce Moya cover that. But that is pod 2. That is our stormwater pod. The next pod, pod 3, are the 37 single-family lots that I referred to as the only area of development that is beyond the first single-family house on London Town. The lots to the extreme west are all 90 by 100, basically lining up with the lots that they abut basically on their southeast. The other lots are the 40 by 100, and that is a total of 21 lots. And there are some larger lots as you come along that area. The smaller lots are further to the east. What's that? Oh, sorry about that. There we go. Sorry about that. So basically the brown area are your standard single-family lots, maybe a little larger, and the purple area are your 40 by 100. And that is 21 lots of that dimension and 16 of the 90 by 100. Okay. Again, single-family layout, very traditional from that standpoint. Okay, next pod is the 150 villas at 5.97 dwelling units per acre. We have buffered this area from the existing single family that exists to the south and west. There are a total of 150 in there, and they have 2 access points back to London Town Road, as you can see on the east end of this. The villa layouts, again, planned for 1 story attached in this area. Okay, the next pod is 4 buildings, multifamily, total of 150 units. As you can see, I've kind of moved from west to east to show that the density further to the west is less. The most density goes to the east in this case. Again, that is a standard traditional zoning approach to stepping your zoning down in this case, not your zoning because it is a PUD, but stepping your density down as you move closer to the single-family area. With that, I'm going to give way to Bruce Moya, who's going to go over the drainage and waivers as well.
Thank you, Mr. Organite. Mr. Moya.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. I apologize in advance. My throat is acting a little weird on me today, so I will do my best to be clear. There was just a point before I get into drainage that I wanted to make because the slide is up here. The way this property exists, the future land use in this area is the only part that's Res 4. So we're asking for Res 15 so we can take the density and move it towards Carpenter. So it's less dense where all the single family residents are and move it up here. And that's the only reason we're asking, because this was the only piece that had Res 4 on it. So it didn't make any sense to have that. That's why we're making that land use request for this only. Okay, so I don't know how to advance this. Was there?
Just hit enter.
Just hit enter. Wrong enter. Oh, here we go. Okay. So yeah, I guess Bruce Moya, I'm the engineer of record on the project. I should have said that first. At 1250 West O'Galley Boulevard. I've got the pleasure of looking at this in the drainage standpoint. It's been probably the most contested issue that we've faced with the residents. This area has historic flooding. It's kind of a hodgepodge. You know, it's a golf course that was developed back in the 60s. A lot of this stuff was built in the 70s. I think the only development that was built recently was Eagle Point, was built in the early 2000s. So the drainage system does not come close to what we're required to do today. It's basically just get the water out of here. We don't care where it goes. It's just a happening. So nowadays, I'm sure you're familiar, drainage systems are very, very advanced and technical, and we have to look at all kinds of things like elevations, tailwater, floodplains, all that stuff, and come up with a system that's going to work. So really our desire here is to improve the drainage situation in this area, because to do nothing just means they're going to have to live with the flooding problems forever. So I think we have an opportunity here to do some good. And that's really, I'm impressed with this developer that they have made so many changes and adapted this project to the wills of the neighbors. And by making that pod a stormwater park we feel is gonna help this drainage situation in this area tremendously. So we're looking forward to that challenge. What else was I gonna say? So, we will be doing a full-blown engineering analysis. I think that was a condition whether it was a condition in there or not, it was something we were gonna have to do, is analyze this basin. It's gonna be computer analyzed to a level that it's never been done before in this area. So we think we're gonna get this thing really good. Some of the property that drains to the neighborhood that's going to be on our property will no longer be allowed to drain on to the neighboring property. So we're going to take land out of what's draining in their basins and take it and bring it to our lakes and discharge it away from the neighborhood. So I think we really got a good chance to improve the drainage on here. Now, I've been doing this a long time, and this has got to be the most challenging project I've ever worked on, because this property is not a square, it's not a rectangle, it's all kinds of stuff. So it is very long and it's very skinny, because we're basically building on holes. We're building on golf course holes. So we have to get some sort of waiver to make this project work. And we're trying to ask for the minimum to make it feasible at all. So the first one, and this is a pretty standard waiver, I think this has been granted on many projects, that we're asking for a reduction or a waiver to the minimum lot area of 5,000 square feet. I'm pretty sure this was granted for Watermark. That's approved and under construction. I think it was one that was just here today. So that's not unusual. So we're asking for that so we can get some sort of density on this property, because we're building a lot of single-tiered roads. And you know, single-tiered roads are not very effective, cost-effective. So you got to get some houses on the road to pay for the cost of the road, the drainage, the utilities. So that's one that we feel that we think is a pretty standard waiver. Now, also, we would like to look at the setbacks. So we, in order to make the lots fit and the buildings fit on the property, to get the road there and the lots, we run out of room. So we want to at least get the building on there. So we're asking for a rear setback waiver. And this isn't for all areas. This is just for areas where it's actually only absolutely necessary to get a lot in there. And in addition to doing that, just to get that setback and get the lot in, we were asking for a waiver to the right-of-way width. So what we're going to do, instead of a standard 50-foot right-of-way where you have your roads and your sidewalks and your utilities, we're asking for 30 feet, and then we're going to put a 10-foot easement. So you basically have 50 feet. You just don't have 50 feet of right-of-way. They're private anyway. They're not going to be maintained by the county. So I don't really see a difference. I've seen subdivisions with no right-of-way, where the lot line goes down the center line and the whole thing's an easement in private subdivisions. It's not done that often anymore, but it does happen. We feel we have plenty of room to accommodate the roadways, the drainage, and all the utilities in that total of 50 feet. So we're requesting that waiver in addition to that. And I think that's the same as the next waiver, I believe. Okay. In pods 1 and 4, I'm sorry, we're going to ask for only 5-foot easement, so it will only be a 40-foot total right away, or from easement line to easement line. And that's for the smaller, town home type project. Waiver 5 is when you have, in some of these areas where it's so narrow, we can't meet the 50-foot setback plus the 100-foot for the cul-de-sac plus another 50-foot to get from property line to property line. It's impossible. So in order to get the road to end and have a turnaround for the fire trucks and the ambulances and the garbage trucks, we want to go ahead and get a waiver. I think it's in one location only. And because of that, it does butt up to existing residents that we want to put in a wall and landscaping to augment that situation. It does exist in the area currently. Eagle Point has a cul-de-sac with 0 setback from the cul-de-sac to the next property. And I think in the existing townhome development, that also has a cul-de-sac that has no setback to the property boundary. So we think it's appropriate in this area. Waiver number 6. This is my favorite one because I wrote this code. I was forced to write this code when I was here as a development engineer, that they wanted a 15-foot perimeter buffer around all subdivisions. This was when Vieira was in its heyday, and they were building massive subdivisions next to existing long-term residents, and there was a lot of clearing going on, a lot of erosion and stuff. So they wanted a 15-foot buffer. This is not a wooded area. This is a golf course. It's already developed. It's already cleared. We don't think it's necessary. There's no vegetation to save, so we're going to plant it. We're going to put it there. We're going to install it. So there's really no reason to have this. We can make it better. And we got a grade in there. We got to make sure we can grade in there to make sure we can handle the drainage. So to have this buffer, I don't think is going to serve anybody. So we really feel we need it because the width of the property and the fact that there's no vegetative buffer there.
Got one more to address.
Oh, is it not? Oh, there's no 7 on there? Oh, gosh, this one is weird. I think this one's been approved on some other developments. So when you do a PUD, is that because of the zoning we're requesting? Yeah, because we're doing a PUD, there's some weird requirement that because of the height of the building, that you're required to put a parking garage in, or first level parking in. So you actually are increasing the height of the building for no reason that I understand. I'm sure staff might be able to educate us on that. But we don't think it's necessary here, and we'd rather not build taller buildings than we need to. The expense for 150 units would be astronomical, and it would just cause the buildings to be another story higher. And I believe that waiver's been approved on some other projects, so we're requesting that as well. And that gets us to one thing I did want to mention, where we're on the reduction of the buffer and some of the areas, is that where we have, it was really our intent on this new layout was to put like units next to like units. So we increased the size of the lots, and I don't know how you go back, in the pods where single-family detached are abutting existing single-family detached. Where there's no homes, that's where we put the smaller lots. Where there are homes, we've tried to match their width. Over here, I believe, is one of the only places, so we're doubling the buffer in here from 15 to 30. So because we have single-family homes there, in order to develop pod 1, we are increasing that buffer to help protect them from that development. And I think a couple more slides. Yeah, so here's the typical cross-section of what the road will look like with the right-of-way. It doesn't look any different. What we're proposing to do is put the sidewalk only on one side of the road, because that's the only one side that has homes. So there's really no reason to have a sidewalk on the other side of the street, and we don't have the width. So we think this is a better situation to have a wider 8-foot pedestrian way. So what we're trying to do is kind of recreate the golf course look and feel by using some of the existing golf cart paths and then putting 8-foot paths within the development. So we think that's going to help make it more desirable to be more pedestrian friendly. And am I the landscape buffer guy, or is no? I'm going to go ahead and take a seat, and I'm going to give you the landscape guy.
Talking about landscape buffers. Okay, my name's Brian Davis, and I'm with Lieber Design Group. We're the landscape architects for the project, and I'm going to talk in terms of the buffers that we're proposing. And as Bruce mentioned on Pod 1, that's our most intense and high-density parcel. So it also has the most intense landscape buffer also. So this plan shows 5 different buffer sections. The first is, again, around Pod 1. You can see it's color-coded. The second is around Pod 4, which again is probably the next most intense use. Section 3 is in blue. It occurs primarily in Pod 3. We don't have any buffers, obviously, for the what used to be a pod with all the retention detention areas. And then Pod 4, or Section 4, sorry, occurs mostly along the single-family to single-family areas of Pod 3. And Section 5 is, again, a section that shows where we're going to have wall screening out car lights, those sorts of things. So the next slide shows a section of each of those buffers that we just talked about. And you can see on Section 1, we have, again, the most intense buffer. The outline of a tree that you see there at the top left-hand section indicates an existing tree that we're hoping to save wherever we can and wherever the grades allow us to. We're going to try to save as many existing trees as we can on the project, but we're also adding the tallest green element there is shade trees. We're going to do 2 of those every 100 feet. And then you'll see a small canopy tree called out also, where we're doing 4 of those every 100 feet. And then we're going to have a continuous hedge also. And we're thinking in terms of again, a hedge that could get as high as 12, 13 feet or so. So between those three, we feel like we're doing a good job buffering the intensity of the townhome to the existing homes that occur on the other side. Section 1, again, you'll see a 2-story element. That's the new townhomes proposed. And on the other side, you'll see a existing single-family residence. Section 2, here we've got, again, shade trees, 2 every 100 feet. We've got 4 sub-canopy trees. And here we have a continuous fence, again, to screen the existing large lot single-family backyards that show on the right to the proposed 40-foot lots that are proposed on the left. And here we, again, have a very tight area to work within, and that's why we've added the continuous fence to help with that screening. Section 3 is, again, we've got existing single-family. We've got a continuous fence in a buffer area. We've got trees, shade trees, 2 every 100 feet. We've got 4 sub-canopy trees. Also, we've got our interior roadway. And then again, we've got a series of shade trees and small canopy trees on the right-hand side. Section 4, again, we have the proposed 60-foot lots on the left, large existing single-family lots on the right, and within a 30-foot LA buffer, we're doing, again, 2 shade trees every 100 feet, 4 sub-canopy trees every 100 feet. Section 5 is, again, where we're using walls to do that screening between the proposed 60-foot lots on the left-hand side and the large single-family lots on the right, with, again, 2 shade trees per 100 feet and 4 sub-canopy trees every 100 feet. So with that, I think we go to traffic.
Come back, I don't want you to leave.
Okay.
Of what percentage of this project will be vegetation?
What percentage of the project when it's all finished? You're talking about buffers, existing trees, that sort of thing?
You got 136 acres.
Yeah, I don't, does
What
anybody have an
percentage will be
idea of that,
vegetation?
that number? Yeah, I would think.
We'll give you some time. We're going to be here a while.
Okay, all right.
I have a question for the landscape architect. These buffer trees that you're looking at, how many of them are native versus how many of them are nursery?
Native versus nursery?
Yeah.
Most everything will be native.
Okay.
And most all of it will come from a nursery. We're not planning on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know, again,
maybe I was just thinking
we'll save some of the
non-natives.
native live oaks and that sort of thing.
Yeah, live oaks.
Yeah, we'll do as much as we can as far as
No
the
ficus, no
the
red.
existing. No,
Okay.
no ficus.
Those are rain trees.
Right, or punk trees or Australian pines and
Well,
Brazilian
nobody
peppers.
actually plants those anymore. That was
Right,
the turn of
exactly.
the last century.
Right, even camphor trees are restricted these days, which is good.
Yeah, all right,
Yeah.
thanks.
Evening, James Taylor, Kimley Horn Associates Traffic Engineer for the site. My address is 200 South Orange Avenue, Suite 600, Orlando, Florida. All right. So as part of this project, we're doing a lot of analysis. The traffic impact analysis is something that we get the assumptions approved in advance of doing the study with staff. That has been approved recently. Everything you see on the screen here in the figure, it makes up the study area. Everything in red is the roadways, and all those little dots with numbers or letters are either driveways or external intersections that we're going to evaluate. Trip generation for this the new development is going to be generated from the ITE handbook that you guys have probably heard about at length in many of these meetings. In trip generation is going to be where those trips are going. We're guided by the traffic counts, but also by the DOT's approved regional travel demand model on that. And then the analysis itself, we're evaluating delay times and level of services and queues, at all these intersections and capacities of roadways that you see on the screen. And then based on that analysis, we're going to generate a list of conclusions and recommendations which will guide us on how we mitigate for project impacts. So a little bit about the scale of this project. You'll see that this slide says 605 residential units, where we're coming in with 595. The difference is what we got approved in the TI methodology versus dropping 10 units between then and now. But at that 605, which is very slightly higher in terms of magnitude of trips, we're talking about 4,500 daily trips, 300 of those in the AM peak, and then 364 in the PM peak. Now that's both directions. If you break out ins and outs, that number goes down. And then if you consider that all these trips are not in one place at one time, there is going to be 5 different ways to access Carpenter Road, North Carpenter Road from this project. 3 new driveways, London Town Road, and then Longbow Drive. The density pods, and this was talked about earlier in the presentation, are located against Carpenter's Road, and what that does is it reduces the impacts for the rest of the site. And then let's talk about Carpenter Road just a little bit in terms of what this looks like today versus what it's going to look like in the future in our estimations. So today, that road is operating about 32% of capacity. In the future, with 87% of the project on the portion of Carpenter Road north of Dairy Road all the way to State Road 46, we're anticipating that 4,900 daily that you have there today is going to go up to about 9,500, or about 61% of the maximum adopted service volume of that road. So next steps on traffic, we have that methodology approved. We're going to go ahead and move forward with the traffic study. We already have the traffic counts that we need for that study. They were collected in May. The county is going to want to look at this. DOTs might poke their head and see what's going on at the state road. The deficiencies will be identified. Any mitigation strategies will be worked through with your staff. And on that point, you heard again some of the things that staff is requiring in the binding development plan. And we would like a little bit of leeway to work with staff on some of those items just to make sure that it's clear how we're mitigating for the impacts fairly and through the state concurrency guidelines and requirements. And then we will also be providing any land development required transportation plans throughout the site, such as turn lanes and driveways. In fact, London Town Road, we've already discussed with staff adding a dedicated left turn lane eastbound at that intersection. And with that, is it back to you, Jim? Oh, no.
Yeah, I was going to say, let me jump up. I do have some numbers based on calculations that were done. 88 plus acres are going to be in open space, buffers, and conservation, which relates to about 64% of the overall site.
Good, thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Maslin, Florida Environmental Consulting, 1835 20th Street, Vero Beach, Florida. I'm the environmental consultant on the project, and I've been with the project since the beginning. And I've been to the property. I've been all over the property. I've seen most of what's out there, everything from gopher tortoises to birds to raccoons to bugs and bunnies and oak trees. But what we don't have out there is a native habitat. Like I mentioned, we had gopher tortoises. We haven't done a scrub jay survey yet, but that is in the works as it would be required. There's potential for wood storks, but again, a wood stork study hasn't been done. It's just within the range of wood storks in the general state and vicinity. Same with the crested carrot care. We're not expecting any of these species to be there, but we are going to do everything possible to look at them, study them, and find out what they may do on the site, if they do at all. Everything that we're going to do is going to be according to the FWC and the FWS and Brevard County. Obviously, we can't impact any protected species without proper permits, without proper planning, and without proper function to where they're going to go. So many of the ponds that are out there, we're going to expand And the ponds will be expanded, and they'll have similar wildlife protection measures. So, we're not recreating what's out there. If we have to maintain a pond, we're going to dig some ponds, put silt fence barrier around, and each one of them will be staged so that bugs and bunnies get a chance to relocate themselves as well. One of the big issues is wetlands. Wetlands are protected, obviously, and there are a 1.8% rule for existing wetlands. We haven't done a wetland delineation that has been reviewed by the St. Johns River Water Management District yet, but that is in the plans. It's obviously part of the land development process. So, in general, in summary, we acknowledge that there's protected species out there, and we're going to relocate them as applicable by law, and whatever mitigation is required to accompany that, we will do that, of course. Additionally, wetlands, we're going to be preserving almost all the wetlands possible with appropriate buffers and as much preservation, and existing wetlands to be kept where they are in perpetuity. Obviously, we talked about trees previously. Trees are going to be preserved where they are as best practical. We'll follow all the requirements per law, and any mitigation that might be required, we will of course do. So with that, thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we'll conclude. Any questions you have of us, we'll either answer now or later, as it is your preference.
Will, I want to ask Bruce something.
Bruce?
I seen you sit down, so I wanted you up. Bruce, in the early, of anything, I think it's important on this project is the drainage. Because unfortunately, you and I don't need to, we know. I know Sherwood inside now, you do too. If anybody that can make a ton of improvements, if this thing is approved, it's going to be drainage. And you've got a load on you there. I mean, I feel very confident if the thing moves forward, that you'll be able to solve some problems. But I hope the people realize how important that piece of land is to the drainage of that subdivision. You're so right. In 1967 and 68, they didn't care where it went. And they proved it time and time again. And it's just been a difficult task, but I'm fairly excited that you're getting the opportunity maybe to take a look at it and solve a tremendous problem. I guarantee anything you do is going to be a lot better than it is today. That's all I have.
Thanks.
Hey, Bruce,
Well,
I have a
can we-
question for you.
You
Go
gotta wait
ahead.
for all the people.
I was gonna, when they come back up to respond, can we
Sure.
take the questions in if it's okay with the board? To the public and those people that are wanting to speak, as you've seen here today on a couple projects, the county, the state, municipalities hold these developers to higher standards than probably what it was when we all built our own home. Whether it be water and sewer, whether it be safety, whether it be a new fire station that some developer possibly might have to build just to get his project done. They're going to be sure, and I like what Mr. Robert and me were talking in our break, it's great to have a voice, don't misunderstand me. But I can go down my list here real quick, and I know there's going to be someone out there going to say traffic. We already know that. We just heard the traffic guy. Safety, we know that. I don't want to be like what Mr. Henry Minerbu said earlier, and what Brian said. I don't think it's going to be our responsibility as the board to make that decision. We need to focus on the small-scale comp plan change and the change of zoning, But saying that, how many people want to speak? Okay, here again. If you could come down to these first two rows so we can go through as quickly as possible. And if the person in front of you said something, there would only probably myself would need to hear it twice. The rest of these people are pretty smart, so. But seeing that, sir, and I'm going to give you 3 minutes. And as we did earlier, if you hear the bell, please stop.
Okay.
But everyone that comes up needs to state their name and address for the record.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Tom Erdman. My address is 4791 Squires Drive, Titusville, Florida. And so what I want to do is take this up at a higher level, not just go down and say, I know you heard flooding a gazillion times over the years. Everyone says that.
Boy, have we ever.
So what I want to do is let's not just look at Sherwood, let's look at what's happening in North Brevard. You heard that from our buddies in Hog Valley. You hear that from everyone. We need control smart growth, not out of control growth. 595 homes is a lot of homes for the Sherwood area. But then when you add in, Brookshire, just down the road, granted that's in the city, 170 homes. And I think a lot of us got nervous with how Brookshire was handled. They just cut every tree down. And then once the homes start getting built, yes, you do see flooding on 95 and Garden Street because they took away a lot of that water area. Then you look at 46. They're building more homes there across from the RV place. Hog Valley, they want to build them there, as you heard. And then you go up farther north, granted this is in Volusia County, Deering Park. They want to start at 1,700 homes. This is going to overload all of our infrastructure. So you look at the Brevard, or the MIMS, Brevard County Planning and Development comprehensive plan. What do they say? Quote, above all, MIMS should remain MIMS, a special place for rural and small town and nature and history. And so that's what you heard from the Hog Valley folks. Again, you'll hear from a lot of us. We moved here not to live in the South Florida, not to live in Orlando. We liked our space. Then from our perspective, this is not all or nothing. No homes versus 600 homes. They've already compromised. We've met with them, and they've compromised some. But I think there's a little more room that we compromise. Reduce 600 homes down a little bit more to try to reduce some of the impacts to us. And I would like to continue working with them when they do their wildlife survey, their tree count, which one they're saying, get the community involved. How do we understand what their drainage problems are and how to fix it? And then quickly for one thing, it's a water. Water pressure, we got a letter probably in April from the MIMS Water Department said, you're going to be low on water pressure. What does that mean if they build all these homes and we're building homes? My house catches fire. The firemen don't want to go in there, and it is a safety issue for me and the fire department. So, okay, I guess my time's up.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Can I go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Richard Horvath. I live at 4418 Sherwood Forest Drive, which is in the subdivision. The reason I'm here.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Okay, go ahead again,
All
Mr.
right,
Richard.
Do you want me to start over?
No, you're good.
Okay, good. The reason I'm here is I live in the subdivision. I see what's going on. I see the golf course. I see the snakes. I see the rats. I have a wolf that lives in my backyard. I hear it killing animals. This isn't something this goes on every day. So what I'm trying to say is the golf course is already closed. It's not being taken care of. We have animals and wild animals in this place. This subdivision is going to be the best thing for this area. I totally believe in it. I'm there because I'm going to buy something in there. That's why I'm here today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Can we keep that down, please? I appreciate it, but come on, ma'am, you're doing great.
My name is Wendy Smith. I live at 4511 Sugarberry Lane. I live in the Birchwood Forest. On the map, I just have a question for these guys. On the map, it looks like we're the very top of the Sherwood Forest Estate thing, and right behind our little circle, there is a retention pond. Did they pay for that, and will they be taking care of it? I couldn't tell from the picture.
They will address that, ma'am,
Okay.
when they come up after everyone
You got it.
speaks.
Thank you. That was it. I didn't know if they knew it.
We can wait. Okay, sir.
My name's Louis Vassler, live at 4460 Buttonbush Drive. Been a resident of Titusville since 1964. Took me 40 years of saving and working to buy a home in that neighborhood. I could have went anywhere in the county. Could have went to Merritt Island, Cocoa Beach, had plenty of money. I chose that neighborhood because of the neighborhood. I grew up in the area. All the people that spoke, none of them are from there. They'll come in, they'll develop, they'll take their money and they'll leave. We have to live with that. So with that said, small area study, MIMS area Brevard County, 2007 final draft. This was conducted by Brevard County. Potable water. Haven't heard these guys talk about that. Continued growth would likely exceed the county's ability to supply potable water due to aquifer limitations. This is 2007. Executive summary. Analysis of data and community input show reducing future land use densities in part of a MIMS will further desire to address the water resource concerns. The major exception, infrastructure, they talk about infrastructure. This is from that study that you guys did. The major exception, as will be seen, is potable water supply. Public water service, the remaining vacant properties in service were developed to their maximum density under the current adopting zoning. 4 units per acre. Water demand, close to its current maximum supply limit upon completion of the program projects. It is conceivable that the system may well be at or over capacity when the program projects are included. That's 2007. When the 2007 developments are implemented, it could be over capacity. Now they want to go further than that. So I had a lot more to say. One thing I'm going to say is we can rezone it to be commercial. We shouldn't. You can rezone it to be industrial. We shouldn't. And we can rezone it to what they're asking. But you shouldn't. We don't want that. That one gentleman that just spoke, he's the only person that I've heard saying he's for this. Everybody in our community says we don't want it. We just don't want it there. Please do your job. Please support the people that live there. Appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Hi, Laura Mora, 4460 London Town Road, the famous London Town Road that they speak of often. So my traffic will be in, and you didn't want to hear it, but I'm telling you, my driveway is going to be tough to get out of. I moved here 20 years ago from South Florida. I was the victim of development in South Florida by developers such as the Ballarena Group and others. My 2-lane roads turned into 4- and 6-lane highways because growth was exponential. The area had to pay for the improvements to the infrastructure. It was not, the burden was not borne solely by the developers. It was borne also by the people who live there. And my quality of life deteriorated, so I chose to move here. I chose to move to Sherwood because of the character of the community. That community is different than any other community I have ever lived in or been around. I also love the trees, and I heard that the environmental fellow, or the tree fellow, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, who doesn't live in Sherwood, by the way, they're going to retain as many as they could. I've been to 2 out of the 3 meetings. I asked about the trees, and they told me they would be trying to keep 10%. In other words, removing 90%. That's a big part of Sherwood, and its personality and its draw to the people who live there. I'm not going to talk about some of the other stuff because people already have and probably will. We don't live in the rural area of MIMS that those people do. but I can't lean out my window and kiss anybody or shake their hand. I love my community. I live there because that's the place I want to live. The people who are going to benefit from this is the fellow who bought the golf course who doesn't live there. He lives in California. The people from Ballarena Group who are from Miami. The engineering group who I believe are from Melbourne, if I'm not incorrect, and the developer who does not live in Sherwood. Our quality of life, the reason people flock to us for holidays and Christmas parades and Halloween and all those kinds of things is going to be negatively impacted. I understand capitalism is the way I like to make money too. Not my argument. But my argument is the people who are going to make the money live in California and Miami and Melbourne and not in Sherwood. So please protect our community. Please keep the integrity and the character and the trees in our community.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
my name is Heidi Peterson, 4405 London Town Road. And I'm just like her, the road's gonna be terrible. You know, and when you build all these different units, the building codes are different now than it was back in the 80s when these houses was built. They're gonna be built 18 inches higher. Now, how would you like to have a house and everybody around you be 18 inches higher? It don't work. You know, I've lived in Florida for 72 years, and I'm thinking about moving to Georgia if this thing goes in, because I'm tired of it. That's all I got to say.
All right, thank you, sir. Ma'am?
Can I pass some stuff out?
You need to hand first off to Mr. Jeff there on the left. We'll share.
Thank you. Oh.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Ruth Amato, 1950 Tomato Farm Road, Mims, Florida, 32754. Good afternoon. As you can see by the first image, Sherwood area was a swamp. It was originally drained as a swamp. All the drainage ditches that connect to Sherwood are draining the swamp.
Ma'am, could you get next to the
sorry.
mic? There you go.
Sorry.
You can pull that mic towards you.
Sherwood was a swamp. Originally, it was a swamp. Sherwood was drained as a swamp, and that's why there's so many flooding issues. What are you supposed to do with a swamp? It drains. The pictures of the flooding, that is the property to the north of the property they want to build on. That is a ditch on that same, along Hammock Road, which is just to the north of this property. That is after Ian. The pasture is my pasture. My pasture has never flooded. We only got 44 inches of rain that year. That's almost 40 inches shy of a record year. What are we going to do with an extra 500 homes and nowhere for the water to go? Who do you pick gets to flood? Agricultural in Brevard, it's killing us. Small ag provides most of the food, not big ag. Most agricultural businesses are placed next to a floodplain. They do that so they don't have to go far for their water supply. They're not pumping water up out of the ground. They always have access to water close to the ground. Your crops grow better, your animals have more food. When our pastures are flooded, because the drainage ditches cannot take any more, you're not just killing small ag, you're killing your food bill too. Because when we're gone, when we can't afford to replace our cows and lose our calves because we don't have property that's dry anymore, who's going to feed you? This goes on all along the St. Johns River in Brevard County. The St. Johns River bottlenecks on the other side of Lake Harney with high bluffs and a narrow river. It can't go anywhere when it hits the other side of Lake Harney. You can't pump it out fast enough when you get a big rain, and we haven't seen one. What are we going to do then? How many homes have to flood? I know you don't want to hear about flooding, but it's coming. And we're going to lose our homes. We're going to lose our livestock. And everybody here is going to feel it when you hit the grocery store, because it's not just my small farm that's going to lose. It's every small farm along the St. Johns River that is south of Lake Harney when you put in these developments. Every single one of us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Richard Jones, 4930 Squires Drive. The first thing I want to say, you held up a stack of notes earlier from our residents that could not be here. A lot of people couldn't be here. We live in Titusville. It's all the way down in Viera. We have a lot of older residents, but everyone wants their voice to be heard. I know the whole neighborhood is against it. I've never heard anybody for it except the man that spoke earlier. That's a lot of notes there. The entire neighborhood, everybody in that neighborhood is against it for good reason. A lot of things I already pointed out earlier. Number one, the flooding. Yeah, I mean, I heard Bruce say you're going to analyze and come up with an answer. That's not good enough. Where's your answer now? I heard him say that this is the hardest project I ever saw, trying to fit these houses in there. There's a reason why it's the hardest. It wasn't made for houses to be in there. It was made for a golf course. It doesn't fit. It plainly does not fit. Talked to a lot of candidates because we really thought originally September 5th wasn't going to be our answer. And now it's like looking like it is. Talked to a lot of candidates. 3 of them representing District 1 that are going to be on our general ballot. The Libertarian, the Democrat, and Republican were all here behind us. Every single one. They can't agree on a lot of issues. They can agree on this. I think that says a ton. We've been here for 4 hours. All of us have been here for 4 hours waiting. We thought we'd be in and out of here in 90 minutes. 4 hours. That's how much this means to everybody. We can lose our houses due to the flooding. There's no answer for it. They want to do analyzing after. That's not good enough because what you say is going to hold up September 5th. If you do not vote for us right now to help us save our houses, and we go on September 5th, we have no ammunition to give the commissioners whatsoever. So we can't have it pushed forward and say, let them make the decision. That's not good enough. Decision has to come from you guys right here, right now, to do the right thing. Listen to these residents. We live here. They do not. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Hello, Katie Delaney, 5105 Cabbage Palm Street. One of the things that I'd like to address is you said earlier that the standards are higher. And yes, they may be higher, but that doesn't mean that the governing officials hold them accountable when they break the law. Just last week, in the Windward Pine community that's being built in Cocoa, a gopher tortoise was found killed and placed in a rubber storage container. Nothing is being done. Nobody's holding them accountable. So how can you all sit up here and tell us that the governing agents are going to protect our land? They're not. And that's part of the reason why so many people have come here. I mean, I've been to the community meetings, and they were full. In the Harry T. Moore Center, it was full. They couldn't even get all the people in the building because people are so upset about this. And then to sit here for 4 hours and be told we don't want to hear the same thing over and over again, this is their right. This is our right to come and plead with you to please be our voice. Please be our voice. because North Brevard is getting ruined because nobody is protecting us. And we're feeling it everywhere. We're feeling it in Canaveral Groves. We're feeling it in Mims. We're feeling it in Cocoa. We're feeling it in Titusville. Our homes are getting affected by this, and this is our lives. Most people, their entire life is wrapped up in their home. We have agriculture businesses saying their lives are being affected. We have to come up with a better way. We have to. And until we have that better way, the answer has to be no. Go back to Orlando. We don't want you here. We have to come up with a better way. And I know that we have the intelligence to do that in Brevard County. We do. So I'm asking you all to please vote no on this for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Anthony Jicka. I live at 4251 Longbow Drive. First off, just appreciate your time tonight hearing us out. I do have to say, in the development and construction industry, the developer has made considerable effort to reach out to the residents of the community. So for that, I commend them. I stand here opposed to specifically G14 about the plan development modifications. It's specifically Pod 1. I think what will ultimately be figured out in the engineering analysis is there's a huge grade differential between what would be London Town Road and the residents of Longbow Drive, which I currently live at. That is going to be a considerable task to kind of densify the area that's being proposed. And I think that any visual barriers that you're going to work to achieve with landscaping is going to be overshadowed by the fact that those lots are going to be considerably higher than the residents along Longbow Drive. So just want to bring that forward for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Faith Swanson. I live at 2036 North Carpenter Road. And in Pod 1, you can see a blank spot all around me, all around that map. That's us. It's 1 acre, multifamily. We were the model homes for the Sherwood Forest in the back. That's all the townhomes back there. So, with that said, there was an amendment that he was talking about that about 5 feet, and I would like for you to vote not on that 5 feet. The land is all around me where they want to develop, right now there's very dense property on both sides of us and in the back. And I know everything is meant well, but I know new developments, when they come in and then they leave, there's usually not enough parking. I have friends that, have bought into these. There's cracks in the foundation, cracks in the walls. They went to pressure wash. The whole community is in a lawsuit with the paint. Catfish are coming up. This is the one behind Enchanted Forest. Catfish are coming up every time it rains and leaves a smell. The tile pops up. There's cracks in the tubs. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. So those are beautiful pictures, but when they leave, there's things that happen to all these. But it will affect, obviously, my home. And over the last 10 years, the county has come and digged and digged and digged in the front. And now there is a ditch that was not there 30-some years ago when we bought the place. So there is a lot of problems. And also, I'm on well water. So my well goes right through this project, all the way in the back of where the country club is. So, and I have 3 4-foot poles out there on on the land in the back, noting that. So I don't know how that's going to be mitigated. Anyway, the list just obviously goes on and on. But thank you. Thanks for listening. And I appreciate if you would consider not to vote on this. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, because I'm going to close it to the public. Anyone else? All right, so ma'am, were you, okay, I saw your hand. All right, we're going to close it to public comment. Kim, do you want to come back up, or who do you want to start answering questions?
Well, I'm going to do just a little summary, and then if there's specific engineering, tree questions, things like that. But I just have a few points to make and a few points to address. So again, Kim Rezanka on behalf of the developer, Ballarena, 1290 US 1, Rockledge, Florida, Lacey Lyons, Rezanka. I first wanted to talk a little bit about the comprehensive plan amendment because it somewhat was lost in all of what you've heard. It is 7.75 acres. It's along Carpenter Road. It's next to Residential 5. It's next to Nottingham Manor, which is built at 14 units to the acre, and this will be built at a little bit less. Again, this was moving the density towards Carpenter Road to the east and keeping more single-family homes more to the west. So that is consistent. It meets the transitional zoning as 15 to 15. And I also wanted to mention, somewhat relatedly, that most of this is already Res 15. If you look at your map, in fact, if this were built to the potential of future land use, it would be 1,619 units, and we're at 595. So again, we're transferring the density. We created a whole stormwater park in Pod 2. Hopefully that is going to address, it has to address it. This can't be built if it doesn't address the flooding that's there. I know Mr. Moya has even met with the county and said, hey, you all need to fix some of these pipes. These pipes haven't been maintained properly. And I know those conversations are ongoing because a lot of these issues weren't known to the owner or the developer at the time that this project started. And I was at that Harry T. Moore Center and they were there. And I was the one that took the notes. Once you got that citizens report, it was a very long meeting. We had over 46 people speak and raise concerns. And they have changed the project substantially. So that's just with the residential 15. It does meet the criteria of the future land use regarding the change for the future land use from Res 4 to Res 15. In fact, we might even be able to do a transfer of density rights if necessary, but this was the easiest and cleanest way to do it and made sense. I wanted to talk about the PUD.
Ms. Kim, could you get a little
sorry,
closer?
and my throat's going in too. The 4.36 average density, the staff report repeatedly says it's over 6 and it's not. So the average density for 595 units is 4.36 units to the acre. If you there was discussion about this MIMS small area study and that water treatment plant. First, on page 14 of your staff report for the zoning, this property was not part of the MIMS small area plan because it was considered already developed. But it does say that the MIMS water treatment plant design capacity is adequate to serve the proposed development. And again, that's a concurrency issue that would have to be worked out, but it is in your staff report that it does meet that concurrency issue. On page 19 of your staff report, it shows the various surrounding area developments. Some are at greater density, 7.8 units to the acre, 5.23 units to the acre, 4 units to the acre quadruplex, and the 14 units to the acre of the Nottingham Manor multifamily. Those were just specific as to issues that had come up that were addressed in the plan. You heard that 64% of this will be open space and green space. which is substantial. Yes, it was a golf course, but now it hasn't been a golf course for years, and it's a redevelopment project to provide more housing opportunities. The question or the statement from Mrs. Morrow that they would try to save 10% of the trees. The tree survey hasn't been completed yet. We don't recall that statement being made, that 90% of the trees would be removed and 10% would be saved, but that hasn't been determined as of now. And again, those are just the questions. It's a change, and no one likes the change. They have had these community meetings. They have listened. From the over 200 people that were there to the 12 people that spoke, they have come a long way. If you have questions, we're here to answer. We have all the experts here to answer your question. We would request that you approve the future land use on 7.75 acres to Res 15, and the PUD is depicted in the plans that's set before you, and with the waivers and items identified in the staff report. That 7th waiver, staff has said we cannot do at this point, but it is a waiver to stop that we will request to stop the height of that building, because no one wants a higher, taller building right there on Carpenter Road. So that was one of the reasons we wanted to share that waiver with you as well. So with that, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, Mr. Bruce.
Yeah, I just had a couple things to add. Just a matter if I can remember, because I tried to write them down and I couldn't. So trees, that property is not wooded. There are some trees on the property. What the requirement is that you have to save a minimum of 10% of the canopy, but that's over the entire site. So what we're trying to do is save that 10% of existing trees over the entire site. So if you take that area times that canopy, that's a lot of trees. So we're trying to save all those trees. We're not removing 90% of the trees. That is completely false. So I wanted to get that out of the way. 2, the elevation of the proposed buildings. This property is not in the flood zone. This whole area is not in the flood zone. So kind of surprised it floods, but it does. Anyway,
It should be.
There could be events that that doesn't take into account, but there's no reason to artificially elevate the property. It's already filled. We don't need to elevate it. We don't need to bring in a bunch of fill because it's already filled. So there's no reason to be 18 inches above the neighbors. I don't see that happening. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. And third, I was at all 3 meetings, and that first meeting was packed. At that little Mims house, or out the door. So we had a second meeting, and we had a nice big room, and all those people came, and we had hundreds of them, and they still didn't like it. Nobody liked it. True. Third meeting, we came with this plan, and maybe they're not telling their neighbors, but they told us that they liked the project.
Well, there was a
They
couple
believe it
that
or not.
actually had
A lot of
mentioned-
people came up to me and said they were not opposed to this project. A lot. So to say that every neighbor in this neighborhood is against this project is not true. So I just wanted to make that clear,
Well,
no
I
matter
wanna-
what they think.
Please, if we could, ladies and gentlemen, everyone had their chance to speak, so let's please be respectful. Bruce, I'm going to go over a couple things. And Henry, you've known me on this board for 8, 9 years. You ever seen that many notes on a?
No.
But
It scares me this late at night.
Yeah.
And I get upset with Mr. Hoppengardner over here when he gets off track, because I want to bring it back to, like Kim, what you said. Item G13 is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment.
Yes, sir.
Period.
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 I'm going to be John Hoppengardner. I'm going to go off that right now. And I'm only going to do that because of the people we had in the audience. You had 3 meetings.
Yes, sir.
My hat's off to you.
Thank you.
I don't think any of us on this board that's been on this board has heard of a group doing 3 meetings, maybe 1. Hats off to you. Stormwater. You've been in this county for how long?
My whole life, 62 years.
And you?
Long time.
I don't, now.
You don't even want to say how long.
Robert is an engineer, so you understand them with stormwater. Ron, you're the MEMS specialist, you're the North Brevard, you know flooding issues. These developers are going to be held accountable,
Yes, sir.
but we're not here for that. We're here for a small-scale comprehensive plan.
Correct.
I'm still going to bring up some other things, though.
Please do.
You lowered your density 50%?
Almost, yes. Almost, yeah.
So that's telling me you're trying to work with these people.
Yes, sir.
To a degree.
Yes, sir.
To a degree. Mr. McKnight opened this project, and I don't know if a lot of people know his background, but very smart. And that's telling me that he's tried to work with these people too. So, sewer, water, all this other stuff, that's going to be handled later. So, I'm going to take it back to the small scale comp plan amendment.
Thank you.
Item G13. Board, anyone got any other comments to the staff? Well, I would say staff out there and staff over there.
Mr. Chairman, Bruce, I had a question for you.
Yes, sir.
In terms of drainage, it's my understanding that when one property has traditionally drained to another property, that the receiving property has to accept it.
Yes, sir.
And what I heard you say in your comments, I think, was you are going to be doing something different than that.
No.
No,
what we're going to do is we're going to accept all drainage that flows onto this property, but we're going to prevent drainage from this property from draining on offsite to other people's property.
And that's,
Because this project has to be self-contained.
yeah. Well,
We
and
have
when-
to take theirs, but we have to remove ours from theirs.
When you say you're going to prevent drainage from your property onto other property, that's something that is above and beyond.
It's pretty standard in development, yeah.
You know, I've done as much research as I can, and that's what I find, is that all the legal people say, if property has traditionally drained from one property to another, the other property has to accept it.
If
And
it's
because
historic,
we're not
yeah.
going to re-engineer Mother Nature and prevent water from flowing downhill.
Correct.
And what I heard you say was you're going to try to do something different that actually helps the existing flooding problem.
Yes, sir.
And that's, to me, that's unusual. I haven't heard anybody say that before.
Well, like I
that's
was
the least we
saying,
can
not
do.
to step on your toes, Mr. Ron, but I haven't heard of 3 meetings neither. You know, the hat's off there. But, Mr. John.
Since you mentioned my name earlier. I'll go off script. In the package that I received, it showed Pod 2 being developed, but now you're saying it's just going to be
A stormwater and
runoff.
open space. Yeah.
Okay, what is that, a canal? How is that
No,
going to
it'll
look?
be retention ponds. Basically, we're going from about 10 acres of existing, a little under 10 acres of existing retention and going to over 25 acres of retention.
Okay, there's a section in the middle of that that's owned by Algarrobo Development. He's shaking his head, yes.
Yeah.
Who is
Okay.
that? They bought
that
it
us?
just this past June. Is that part of you guys?
That's
Okay.
part of the request. Yeah.
You're just going to let it flood?
Yeah, it's part of the request. It's going to be
No,
included.
I understand that. I'm just saying, though, that when I look at your graphics, and it shows the canal going all the way around, or however you're going to handle that drainage, that little piece of land is right in the middle of it, and will get flooded. That's
I'd have to look at
you know, if you wanted to do something else. I didn't know what it was, so I wanted to ask about that. The other thing, all the existing homes in the area, are they on sewer and water?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no septic in the area?
Not that we
And-
know of.
and
I
your
mean, there
pro-
might be some on some of the outlying lots, but, because there's some
Yeah,
larger.
there was
there's
one
some
woman
larger
said that
lots.
she was on a well, and
There's-
that's why I'm
Yeah, that's
asking.
unusual, but there are some larger lots to the north that could be on septic.
Okay. You know, when I looked at this thing, when it first came to me, I was curious because, and from the people that spoke tonight, nobody said anything about, I'm going to lose my view. Because they used to live on a golf course, you know, and a golf course is quite pleasant, and I'm wondering if golfers are going to become endangered species with all these golf courses closing. Gophers? Yeah, gophers. But they don't seem to be concerned about that. And that was surprising to me because I looked at a development once. We were going to purchase another golf course in Brevard County. And they had so many restrictions on what could be done on that site that we couldn't develop it because they had closed everything off and said you could not develop anything other than what had been proposed. And that was in the covenants. But this one doesn't seem to have that. So they still have an architectural review committee on this with their HOA?
We haven't, well, there's no existing HOA, but there will be an HOA for
The
the
HOA is
proposed
gone,
development.
right?
So
The old one?
With the PUD, there'll be a creation of a homeowners association.
Yeah, I figured there would be. Okay.
But thank you for giving them that ammunition. I'm sure we'll hear about that.
Oh, I'm sure
at
you
the
will,
county
but,
commission
you know,
meeting.
it just
Appreciate that.
seemed obvious.
But
Look,
we are
I-
putting in landscape buffer where there isn't any.
Well, you've got so many different elevations there anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Robert.
Bruce, for the benefit of the audience, you know the difference between retention and detention.
Yes, sir.
So why don't you go ahead and explain, because what you're saying is you're going to be increasing your retention by using that one pond, is that correct?
Yeah, okay. I've used those terms intermittently, together, because we call them retention ponds, even though they do both. They retain and detain. So obviously to detain is to temporarily hold, and to retain is to permanently hold. So probably right now, I'm venturing a guess, and I think this is probably accurate, is that all that area is only detention to a very large degree, because there was no real storage requirements back in the early 60s, mid 70s. That is way different now. So there's going to have to be a storage volume, because we have to meet water quality standards.
Correct.
That meet the new state requirements that just passed. Well, they become effective in December, but we got to do BMP trains. We have to make sure that the water is going to be very, very clean when it discharges. So we have to retain a certain portion, and the only way to retain that portion without causing flooding is to make larger ponds. So,
That's
because
correct.
we don't want to make it elevate. So we'll be looking at that. We'll have to meet all the retention requirements as well as the detention requirements.
How'd you like that softball one?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
No, and the interconnected model that you're going to be using. I
Yes.
mean, you have your stage storage, and this is also for the benefit of the people who are saying that they're having a flooding issue here.
Mhm.
So what you're doing is you're retaining the water on your property and then slowly bleeding it out when the receiving waters can take it.
Well, it'll crest pretty fast once it reaches
Correct.
after the retention portion to
Mhm.
get rid of it. But then it still has to we have to meet the pre-post
water quality
requirements.
requirements.
But what's great about the new analysis is that we're going to put in all the conveyance systems, all the pipes, and it's going to be a complete analysis of that system. So we'll know if we put a pond here and we connect it to the existing pipe, we'll know how high the water is in that pipe, if it backs up or if it doesn't back up, and if it needs to be replaced or fixed.
And again, you may have sluice gates, you may have other control.
It's gonna depend on the tailwater,
elements.
yeah,
So this is just to give the audience a little bit more comfort, saying that, it's not just going to be 100% impervious and
Right. The hope
et
is
cetera.
that if once you exceed the design storm, because the design storm is only here, but then the big storm comes. So if we can build a bigger discharge so that when the big one comes, it discharges faster in the post than it does now, because right now there's probably like a little box that holds the water back. So if we can store it and get rid of it before it stages up, I think we can make a big difference in this area.
Right, and then if you have a homeowners association and a monitoring system, you can release storage with a sluice gate or something along that line, so that you can actually build more retention when you see a storm coming.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You can
All right.
prepare.
I just wanted to give you another softball one to clarify that you
That's
are on top of it.
much better than the one John gave me.
Yeah, all right.
Thanks. Anything else?
Any other questions?
Yeah, I think it's probably for, maybe for Kim or maybe not, but, or Mr. McKnight. The 15, the BDP with the 15 points, are you willing to accept that?
I think we have some questions on some of it. Yeah, but kind of like the last one that was done, some of the statements are similar to what you saw in the last one that were
Yes.
really kind of, we've never seen comments like this before come from the county before, so we don't even know what some of it even means. So we would like the opportunity to be able to meet with them and kind of figure out what exactly they want, because I've never even seen some of these studies they're talking about. If they have examples that they've already seen done, and we can look at it and say, yeah, well, that seems reasonable, but I think we need to meet with staff and prepare better for the county commission meeting on some of those requirements, because I think some of those studies are a little far overreaching, or at least they're definitely something completely brand new that we've never seen before, even in other municipalities. So most of them I think are okay for the most part. I don't know if we want to sit here and go through them any longer than we already have and go through them point by point, but I think that we would like to have the opportunity to address those with staff before we get to county commission, kind of like you did with the last project, if that makes sense.
To me, it leaves us in a quandary as to what to do with this BDP.
Well, it's not a BDP. It's an approval, it's a PUD approval with conditions, there's no BDP.
Right, no, it anticipates, Kim Rezanka, it anticipates a BDP which will have conditions that will require the studies, require the proportionate fair share. It's the same as you saw for Gen Florida 48 LLC Sunterra earlier today. So they have some of the same qualifications, the substantial question, which we don't know what that means. There's studies that we haven't seen before, we don't know what they mean. And so most of them we can agree with, we just don't know what some of them mean. There's something about on-street parking, we have no idea what they're talking about, and financial mechanisms to maintain that.
So what we'll have to do essentially is to approve it without the BDP and let the county commission, will you have time to?
Approve it with the conditions subject to us discussing with staff what exactly they're requiring, because some of them need to be modified. We don't know
That's
what,
acceptable.
Yeah, we don't know what substantial means in their minds, because it could mean something different.
Okay, that's
to the
acceptable.
developer. But yes, you can approve all the conditions and waivers that are in the staff report with the PUD if you're inclined to approve the PUD. Thank you.
Okay. I'm fine.
I'm looking at you, Mr. Ron.
I was going to say that to go ahead and approve it and give and with the BDP, but give them the opportunity to review with staff those 15 items, because I know some of them are identical to what was in the previous PUD.
Correct.
And they had some corrections to make to them.
Kim?
And I've seen, these address the waivers and other staff concerns, but since they really haven't had a chance to review them,
Right.
they need to have that opportunity. But I don't want to say, just ignore that altogether.
Well, first you have the land use, and then you have the PUD request, and the staff report says the applicant will provide a PUD containing the following waivers and conditions. So we don't have a BDP yet, but these are the waivers and conditions, the waivers of what we have asked for. The conditions are just needing some tweaking. So I think you can move to approve the PUD with the conditions listed in the staff report, subject to further discussion with staff. I think that's what you did with 10 Florida.
I like those
Yeah,
words.
but are you going to try to get that before the commission meeting?
I don't think we're going to have the
You're
BDP
not
for,
gonna be-
no, it's going to
okay.
have to come back for 2 more meetings because we can't do a proportionate fair share yet. We don't know what we're doing. So we may, I mean, we're going to have a BDP that has conditions, but I don't know if we're going to have it by September 5th.
You know, substantial is a bunch. I didn't know if you knew that.
Is that what that means? A bunch of flowers? Substantial relationship, that's the phrase that's a little confusing.
So, Mr. Ron, you're item G13, correct?
Yeah, G13 is.
The small scale
What I was
comp plan.
talking about was really for G14 is.
Right. Well, we need to hit G13 here first, the small
Okay.
scale comprehensive plan amendment.
I move that we recommend
And
approval.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion by Ron and a second by Henry for item G13. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? G13 passed unanimously. And item G14,
And then I move that we recommend approval of G14 with the caveat that the applicant will work with staff on the BDP that was suggested in the staff report.
And I'll second that.
Jeff, do we need to have any clarification on phrasing or anything? Or you know what he's saying, correct?
No, as long as you understand the framework of what the conditions are, I think that we can work with the applicant to provide any clarification that they need moving forward.
Okay. Okay, item G14, we got a motion by Ron and a second by Henry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passed unanimously. All right, and I just want to say before we close the meeting, we've got a new board member sitting over there, Melissa Jackson. Hello. This was a tough one here tonight.
This is the longest that we have had since I've been.
All right, meeting adjourned.
I mean, it's not unusual to have it go.
The opinions expressed by any member of the public during any period of public comment do not necessarily reflect the views or opinions of the Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, or the program sponsor, and are solely those of the presenter. The Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, and the program sponsor hereby expressly disclaim any and all responsibility or liability for any defamatory or slanderous statements expressed by any member of the public during any such period.